We'll see. We'll see though. Maybe someone will figure something out and knock the Sandman decks off their pedestal, but they're pretty good in the meantime. Angela into the raft here. R with no name. Yep. Our Doombot, a good bit worse, obviously. Yes, this patch yesterday implemented the infinite versus infinite only matchmaking. Alright, eating Shang-Chi then? I'd be surprised if they're filling the rafts, even if we get Shang-Chi'd. I expect to be in an okay spot here. Although hell is not great, I suppose. Wave? Really? Sure.
Victory.
Weird. I don't know why they expected that to it. Maybe they're just infinite and they don't care. Weird snapback, weirder stem. If those were Marvel snap cards they were allowed to play. You think Infinite versus Infinite could be sort of bugged? My friend is collection level 500 and is facing Thanos decks, which shouldn't happen. I mean, you could theoretically have Thanos at collection level 500, right? You get 500 collector's tokens at that level, and then you buy the Thor bundle, and then suddenly you have 6,000 collector's tokens. So yeah, you totally could be playing against Thanos people that are collection level 500. That's why people like... The collection level matchmaking to a degree doesn't really mean a whole lot because people's collections vary drastically at different levels. That's also true. If your MMR is high and you were doing a lot of winning, you can break out of your given collection level bracket because your collection level is only one factor out of 3 in matchmaking. Hey, Gorim, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. Angela down here. I'm hoping to draw a Nightcrawler or a Jeff this turn. As neither of those things. Goose the Titan. That is a day late and $1 short, unfortunately. Do this here. We'll just leave because they're representing Galactus.
Escaped.
I did not get a chance to watch Ben Brode's GDC talk. Was I just missing it, or was Ben Brode's GDC talk only on this shitty not YouTube video player? Because the URL I've seen passed around links to like a GDC website, and it's using some shitty embedded player that like wouldn't work on my mobile. Does anybody know, is this GDC talk on a real video platform? Or is it only on whatever that third-rate one was that was passed around? I have not been able to figure out exactly what the bug is with Miles and Moon Girl and moving things. It's a bug in the past and it's behaving differently now. Is Sunspot only for the wave churn? I mean, Sunspot's just a generically good Marvel Step card. So it soaks 2 on the wave turn on 5, but also could just like fill in your curve in other spots if your draw doesn't line up well. This is not the Ben Bro GDC talk. This is the non-Ben Bro GDC talk, to the person that just linked me that. I've watched that one because it was on YouTube. So that is not what I was referencing. Angela into Jeff plus Nightcrawler. Because he can move these out of the Necrosha. I really don't want to draw a bunch of things off here. And honestly, I think my hand's good enough with these two to the Angela path that we snap here. How does Kitty Pride fit into a deck like this? I don't think she does. As is the case when people talk about trying to cut cards rather than trying to add cards to existing decks, a lot of the time you want to start with a blank slate and think about what works for that card. Especially with Kitty's small redesign, she's gonna want more specific than ever. Oh, chat! I had a severe lack of impulse control, and I bought a fast upgrade for my Storm, so I didn't have to wait for boosters, but I was saving her to split on stream. So we get to be gone from these green Kirby dots, hopefully. We'll split her after this game. Are we waving? I think so. They get to play 2 cards with Zabu, but I think that's fine. We're drawing Chavez. It's probably gonna be a retreat angle. Not drawing Miles or She-Hulk was a pretty big letdown here. Need one of those 2 cards. Whoa! Alright. Wave coming in handy here. I moved Jeff the Shark to the right here because Jeff plus Sunspot Soaking would have beaten if they played nothing there. And then they only had 1 play because of the wave. Our play was bigger. We got to GM 11 power here plus 2 more on the Sunspot for a total of 13 stats. Alright, let's split this Storm, chat. We want an ink or a gold with a sweet Kirby Crackle. We've got a couple of Storm splits. I actually have good splits on my other variants. I just love the art on this one. So this is Storm split number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, is that right? Just count that right, sort by equality. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, 13 Storm splits, all right. Casual Storm enjoyer. Hit me, dealer. We didn't get the Kirby Crackle, but we got the complimentary border flare. Do it, yes. The blue glimmer flare. Gorgeous. Those are the best on the inks. The border flare that matches the color of the title. It's a good looking Marvel Snap card. Wonderful. Rewarded for waiting to share that with all of you. I actually have 2 different stature decks loaded up. I think I loaded up 17 different decks in my deck editor last night. So we're obviously not going to get to all of those today, but over the course of the next few days, we're going to get to a few things. We'll play at least one of the stature decks today. Do I want to goose the Avengers compound? I think I do. Now we'll Storm plus Jones right here. Tarzan's got a whole lot of nothing going on. Like, I think I'm gonna snap them before they know the hub's going away.
Wind, aid my hand.
So if I do this, they literally just can't play anything next turn, right? Just like the full lockout. And even if they were to somehow beat these stats here this turn, Jeff gets to jump into the Sanctum. Little prison for him. A couple people mentioned a stature list in chat. Can you link it on Untapped or Snap.fan or another community site for me to peek at? Hey, Bill. Thank you for the almost 3.5 years. Good to have you back. Jeff's going for a swim off the island here. Do I move Jeff so I can Miles next turn? I think so.
Wind, aid my hand.
I think I'm gonna count on this plus a Doombot being enough to win here, and I'm gonna play these in the middle. Yeah, moving the Jeff to play the Miles this turn is good if we drew Angela, Wave, Jessica Jones. Basically anything other than She-Hulk, moving Miles was good for. Rip. Punished for being greedy. I didn't realize their death was that cheap. I guess they did kill a lot of ones. Unfortunately, this is likely not enough. How's this deck feel? I mean, the core of this deck is just like the Wave, She-Hulk, Doctor Who deck, which is an established good deck in the format. We're adding Miles Morales is another thing to combo with Wave on turn 5 to add a little bit of redundancy for when you don't have She-Hulk. Thanos is very good. I would wager some iteration of Thanos is likely one of the best decks in Marvel Snap currently still. Should you use your free pull 3 on Sarah or Bass? I think Sarah's quite bad into the current metagame, but she's a generically good card. So kinda whatever you're feeling. What's the best Thanos deck right now? We don't know an answer to that question. They just nerfed a couple of aspects of that deck, so it's gonna take people a little while to figure out exactly how it works. Our deck is probably better into this base turn than theirs is. I'm gonna go ahead and storm Machine Worlds.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, snap.
And Jones in the middle here into Wave on 5. Sure. You like Green Goblin into Galactus in the Space Throne? Oh, I just think they're good because of Reality Stone, sure. They just knew, chat. They had a feeling. They had a feeling. Wait, did they just do nothing? How did they play? What's their next card? Oh, they have Zabu. Got it. I forgot about Zabu when I waved. No, I assume they had She-Hulk. They're just playing like the generically good. They're just playing the generically good stuff. Build of their archetype. Yeah, everybody saying Lockjaw as a nerf is someone you should probably cut out of your circles as far as card evaluation goes. It is like the strictest of side grades. It has very real upside in a number of situations.
Escape.
Sorry to hear that, Booster Gold. This is the Shuri stature list. I don't... Okay, I someone linked me this deck list once before. I don't know that I understand the Ghost Rider in this. I guess you have Black Cat and Moon Knight. Yeah, maybe I'll have to play some games with this and see how it feels. It's a little funky looking for sure. I wonder how it does. Post Shuri change as well. Yeah, you have Black Cat and Moon Knight, so you have 2 enablers for him. I don't know. When a few different people tell me that a list works well, I tend to want to play it card for card to start to get a feel for it before making changes. I think the #1 mistake people make when net decking is making changes to something before they play any games with it. Fury into 1-cost stature is a good turn 6. That's an okay turn 6. It's like 16 stats. Little bit above rate. You don't get the Sunspot. I mean, I am shocked that we're 8 months into Marvel Snap and there are people that still don't understand that Sunspot is just like a busted generically good card. Play more Sunspot, chat. It's very good. I think this hand's snappable, honestly. We have Angela. The Angela's not amazing, but we have Storm into Jones, and we have Wave She-Hulk with a guaranteed chop. It's like, even if we draw nothing else this game, our hand is positioned to be good. Isn't Sunspot the most played card in the game? Sunspot was one of the most played cards in the game before they took a power away from it. I have to imagine it's still pretty heavily played, though. Normally, I don't like storming a location that my opponent has deployed stuff to, but making their Zabu less good is definitely a priority here.
Wind, aid my hand.
There's Doctor Doom as well. Jones here on the left. My deck still only has 4 cards in it, so even if they have, I assume they're the Hawk Dino deck here. Sure. Again, we get to play Wave Out with 2 unused energy, which means She-Hulk costs 2 next turn and Doctor Doom costs 4. We'll get to deploy both of them. We did finally get an excellent split on this Storm variant, even as the blue border flare. I love that they made the border effects more prominent this most recent patch. Okay, now, they could have 2 plays in theory here, because they do have Zabu. That being said, with Nova Roma, my deck only has 2 cards in it. So I'm going to go up to 10 here in the middle, I'm going to go up to 16 here, and I'm going to go up to 13 here. If they're playing something big like a Dino, they're not getting a second play. So I think this is probably good. Yeah, and they had priority going into this turn. Tie win-win.
Victory.
Not sure who to spend tokens on. Well, other than the Perpetually Series 5 cards, anything you spend tokens on is technically a spew. So in general, you should buy cards that spark joy for you. You know what sparks joy for me, chat? Upgrading by Jeff. We're gonna buy some credits to do that. Earn Valk or Shag in negative? Definitely Valk.
Shiny logo.
What got me into gaming in general, mostly being human. It's 2023, chat. Gaming in general is fairly mainstream. We don't have to shame adults for having hobbies. We're allowed to do things other than golf and smoke cigarettes. How close are you to pixel complete? I actually don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure that I want to know. Where do I want to play Jessica Jones? Because wherever I want to play Jessica Jones, I have to play Goose in the opposite spot. Do you make the Hellfire Club extra exclusive? Only 2s and 3s?
Wind, aid my hand.
Okay. I think that's a snap for us. Because with the Jeff teed up here, even if we don't draw She-Hulk, we have the Miles Morales as a backup, so we'll get to go Doctor Doom into... Oh, I guess this is awkward, though, because I don't get to trigger my Jones. So we move Jeff, so Miles becomes 1, and then Miles beats Wave, similar to other cost reducers. So I lose the Jessica Jones +4 here, but that's all right. Oof, or is it? Can I beat their Doctor Doom? They go up to 18 here. And then down to 15. This beats their Doctor Doom, right? I get to soak one on Sunspot. Really solid example here of the value the Miles Jeff package can add to this archetype. Just gives us added redundancy for when we don't draw She-Hulk to wave combo with. Yeah, so I think we were beating most things here. Because even if they had Doom with their lizard shrinking, we were going to be up 1 here, and we're adding 12 here. And if they try and beat the 12 here, we're going to beat them in the middle with the Doombot and the Sunspot Soak. Do you think the upcoming weekly changes could contain text updates as well, or only stats as cost? So they said the changes let them change numbers on cards. So that's not just stats and cost, but like, for example, they could change Zabu from decreasing cost by 2 to decreasing cost by 1. So they can't change text boxes, but they can change all of the numbers on the cards generally. I would assume the numbers are tied to variables in some kind of way that they can adjust. All right, we're gonna do some more Jeffing later, but I would like to try out a few different things. Where's the deck list I just had? I lost it. Did I lose it? No, there's the statue deck. All right. I think I need to delete a deck here. We'll come back to this one later. I'm not gonna record with that one anytime soon. Do I really not have a Ghost Rider variant still? That's so sad. The real question is, chat, do I buy credits to upgrade my Ghost Rider split to gold border so it fits in with the rest of the class? No, I'm not buying an ultimate variant. We'll buy a couple of credits to make this one match though. We'll do that. I can't have one card with a mismatch border. Some kind of heathen.
Animated.
Listen, chat, for those of you that weren't here earlier, I already made a bad life decision and purchased a fast upgrade to split my storm. And my terrible decision to purchase a fast upgrade to split my storm resulted in... Where is she? She's beautiful. She's gorgeous, chat. She's gorgeous. Oh, look at all these bad choices we're getting rewarded for making.
Shiny logo.
Shiny logo. Must mean it was the right choice, exactly. Now look at how nice and matching that is. Yeah, I'll sit on the reserves that I have until the new card Stegron or whatever it is releases next week. Because I'm collection complete at the moment. So there's nothing for me but ultimate variants, which you can't open. Why are you not buying the Thor Ultimate variant? I will buy the Thor Ultimate variant if you cheer 150 USD in bits. That's how much an Ultimate variant costs to buy. I guess we just Ghost Rider back the Red Skull. Oh my god, they're also playing Stature? That's hilarious.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
I think we're dead. I think we're dead.
Escaped.
And so I was watching another Twitch channel on Snap, and someone in the chat there talked about how they thought Ultimate variants cost like $85 and that was too much. And I was just like, this is why the pricing is convoluted, because people don't actually know what things cost. Honestly, even my $150 estimate is a little on the low side, because it's like 100 USD in gold is approximately 2,300 tokens. So even my $150 estimate assumes you're getting some amount of tokens at a discount. So the other part of the economy discussion is, and this is where it gets a little convoluted, is the more tokens you want in a given month they get progressively more expensive, right? So you get somewhere between 5,000 and 8,000 tokens a month for completely free, depending on what bundles they're running. So technically, if you don't expect to buy any cards in a month, an Ultimate variant is completely free. But if you're someone like me that wants to make sure I have everything on release, tokens get progressively more expensive as you get more and more. Well, I'm like, that's the thing. The people are like, well, you have to be really well off to spend money. They explicitly do not want everyone buying everything right away, right? They want people to pick and choose what they're collecting in the collection game. People are like, oh, the system's bad, no one would ever do that. It's like, well, the system's intended to make you not want to do it and get everything. What base pricing do you use for token? You can't use Token Tuesdays for token to USD value, because Token Tuesdays aren't something you can buy on demand. The only thing you can buy on demand in Marvel Snap to get tokens is gold, turning it into collection levels and getting tokens off the track. So the loose metric you need to know is that 100 USD worth of gold turns into 2,300 tokens off the collection level track. Any other dollars to token conversions vary month to month depending on what bundles are being run. And even with varying with what bundles are being run, you can only buy a finite amount of them at those cheaper rates. You died to Shang-Chi. Give me. Oh, I have She-Hulk. Yeah, I'll do it. You think I'm supposed to Shang left? We would have won the breaker if I Shang left, but I don't know. They could easily play something else out, right? Black Bolt does not work with Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider brings back one of your discarded cards. Our Ghost Rider is here to work with Moon Knight and Black Cat. I don't know. Whenever I see people try and talk about how they think the Marvel Snap economy works and what costs what, it definitely makes me realize the Marvel Snap economy is working exactly as intended, because the average person isn't paying attention enough to really understand any of it. Not the droid we were hoping for. Yeah, I don't know, chat. I don't know that I'm picking up what this deck is putting down. It looked kind of like a pile of cards when we loaded it up. And I give it a few games, but so far I am feeling very whelmed. Casual player like me has more credits than boosters. I mean, the solution to that is just play more Marvel Snap. The Token Tuesdays bundles also have boosters in them, right? I believe, so those are obviously still the best. Part of me just wants to play a Tempo Shang-Chi here, which doesn't seem right, but I can play Stature plus whatever I draw next turn. What do you think of punting New York? I think I'm into it. They're replacing Lizard with Jeff in many decks. I think that's a good take. Lizard's just like I've been saying, just a generically good 2-drop. Will the real Mysterio please stand up? We're dead either way. Yeah, our deck feels like it's trying to be more cute than good. I don't know that I like understand the Spider-Man, like the Ghost Rider Moon Knight thing is inconsistent to say the least. Yeah, I feel that's a good. It doesn't feel like my deck is putting big enough numbers into play in 2 locations or being disruptive enough. I think it's weird to release a ton of Series 5 move cards in a row next month. Well, for clarity's sake, those aren't releasing next month. Those data mines are for June. So they're 2 months away. Next month is like High Evolutionary and Living Tribunal and others. Iron Lad, etc. This is Raven's deck. No, I minted the NFT of it when I loaded it up. So it's mine now. Okay, so we discarded Black Cat, so Ghost Rider is 10 power. And then I do get to Black Bolt on Bar Sinister, which is like not nothing. Is a fun one. I think I'm just letting them have Hala. Snap them before I shred their hand here. Although the fact that they played Wong might make them retreat to the snap, because it looks like I'm snapping their Wong. This looks like I'm snapping you because I'm about to beat up your Wong. They stayed brave.
I am Iron Man.
All right, and then I think we just go here, right? This deck's really good when Black Bolt is him to Torak. Definitely strong when Black Bolt is him to Torak. All right, it's earned another game. Although maybe it shouldn't. I think I'm gonna play a different stature deck. This one's trying to do too many cute things. Wonder Castle. Thanks. Rip Lizard.
Breaking news.
I'll do it again, I swear. Yes, I'm planning to play a bunch of different decks with cards that downgraded today. We're gonna play some Stature, we're gonna play some MODOK, might even do some Ghost.
Opponent snapped.
Unfortunate that Danger Room RNG and Plunder Castle are here, because otherwise our draw is very good.
Escaped.
Yeah, we'll play with some more Jeff later, but I can't post Jeff highlights 4 days in a row on YouTube. Even 2 days in a row we'll be pushing it. I expect today's Jeff video to do well and tomorrow's to perform poorly. So I might even put a day in between them. I think I'm fine discarding Fister Mantastic here. They have a total of 16 on the right. Their deck probably isn't great at filling to make my Lizard worse, which is nice. Okay, Stature's a nice pull. I don't know that I expect Stature decks to be good into Sandman, which I think is public enemy #1 until proven otherwise. So I think she's a really fun card, and we're going to play with her a bit, but I think on average, you probably get put in a trash can by this lad right here. I mean, this beats Doctor Doom, I guess. Beats Magneto, center or right? Sure. Beats Leader. It does beat Leader as well. I think this wins a lot of the time.
Victory.
Alright, we beat Sandman. Deck's fine. Various statements regarding the bugs present for Jeff and Mystique including us. I don't know that I've seen official comments on either of those, but I'm also not an official Marvel stat source, so you should check their social media channels if you're looking for that. Their Discord seems to be their most active. You see much Leader senses buff. Yeah, Leader looks like it's become a staple inside of the Sandman ramp decks. What am I thinking of doing my bundle breakdown? I mean, there's not a huge rush, right? When does the Thor bundle leave? I guess is the question. That's kind of the comparison. Those bundles don't come out for like a little bit, so probably later this week. Or there's another week on Thor. Yeah, it'll be up before the Thor bundle is done, but I don't really think that it's like a huge rush. Any advice for when you feel like none of your decks are good to the best archetype? Usually I just play less Snap when that's the case. And I feel you. I think Sandman is a shit card to have be the #1 deck. It makes the game quite miserable. I think the Bass negative deck fares with the metagame changes. It's worse. The Bass negative deck was good against Shuri. And Shuri is less popular and less good now. And Bass negative is bad against Sandman, which is more popular and more powerful now.
I am Iron Man. All systems go.
I think Sandman is a really bad deck to have be the best deck in Marvel Snap. Shuri, when Shuri's the best deck, it basically makes it so your decks have to have Shang-Chi or Valkyrie in it to be somewhat competitive. With Sandman being the best deck, you basically just aren't allowed to play a wide swath of things because they're just not competitive into it. You can't really fix your Sandman matchup by playing different cards. You can fix your Shuri matchup by playing different cards. Fixing your Sandman matchup, generally speaking, involves playing a different deck.
Victory.
I am going to be curious to see what our first round of OTA updates is next week. My loose plan in the short term is to just play decks that are dead to Sandman and concede when we play into it because I'm infinite and I don't have to care. If I was not infinite and I was having to climb through Sandman, I'd be pretty annoyed. What decks are good against Sandman? I'd bet Galactus is good against Sandman. Is Jeff worth 5k? Well, he costs 6k. And no cards are worth 6k, other than the ones that are perpetually Series 5. Spectrum Destroyer is good at the Sandman. There's an interesting thought. Can we bring that one back? The board's getting a little cluttered, chat. Under pressure. It's a real shame, too, because our hand was real good with these swarms. We're just, like, not going to be able to play them now. It's fine. Our opponent played a Yondu. They're going to kill Monger us. I believe. Kill Monger me, daddy. Doesn't Sandman beat Galactus if they run leader? I don't know, do they? Not here to do your homework for you. Black Bolt discards at random when they wave, which is fun. Doomwave still at the top on Untapped? No. You can look at the tier list on Untapped yourself without premium. You just can't see the numbers. You can see what's in A, B, C, etc. It seems like they're making changes without considering what other decks will rise in their place. I don't think that's the case. I think they just seem like they really don't like making more than 3 to 5 changes at a time. If you look back at all their balance passes, it just really seems like they're super cautious about making too many changes at once. Which I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing.
Escaped.
All right, we are gonna move off of the topic of balance and Sandman at this point. In my experience, this turns into a very negative feedback loop of people complaining and discussing a topic that's just not particularly useful to discuss. So I would like it to no longer be the topic of our Twitch chat. I'm gonna have the mods and myself time out people that want to talk about Sandman and fixing it moving forward for the stream. Please and thank you. That Claude ultimate variant is not. It's just a sweet piece of art. Yes, Stature is not like Miles Morales. She's just one if your opponent discarded something at some point.
Opponent snapped.
A Zabu Galactus? Nice base stud, bro. Thanks for the 44 months. Welcome back. Actual, factual Zabu Galactus. What do you think of Thanos now? I think Thanos is likely still very good.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
I assume we lose here. Nope, you're gone. All right, sure. A weird combination of cards. Drop Mr. Lizard in the sewer system here. Not only is it a flavor win, but they're unlikely to want to fully fill the sewer system. That's super unfortunate. Love to draw Colleen Wing here. Should go Iceman plus Colleen. This Twitch stream's pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Appreciate everybody hanging out today. So, Iceman, Ant-Man, Nightcrawler, some kind of Khazar deck, most likely here. I think plus 10's enough to win here. We just Iron Man the middle? They're leaving? Yeah, I think if they don't leave here, we just like Iron Man the middle, and then the following turn, we can either Claw plus Swarm is probably the play. Or like go Claw here, Swarm here. That's plus 18 here for 20. You could also Moon Knight their Dracula target potentially. As a line as well. Howdy, Deadvis. Thanks for dropping by today. Good to have you. Quiche with 1 card. Thanks, Lizard. Jordan, I missed your biddies a little bit ago. Sorry about that. Thanks for the support. Appreciate it. Very solid Ian tier. Howdy, top. Do I follow the NBA playoffs? I do not. I don't really do spectator sports. Double the goose. Hey, Chip, be like Elsa. Let it flow. Vibe in. What's going on, Pseudo Panda? Thanks for the 3.5 years. Ooh, we'll have to decide, do I want to deploy Fister in the middle, or do I want to play him here to add more stats here? Oh, that's annoying. Food night, please. This Twitch stream, pre-recorded, etc., etc. I'm doing this. The reasons for Iron Man and Claw in this deck. Yeah, so you want powerful 5 energy plays so you can play Stature as well as play some other big play on that last turn.
Wind aid
Is the
my
kind of
hand.
TLDR of what this deck is looking to do. Yeah, there's Surfer. I might just punt the middle. Close. Did you put it? Pretty unlucky for us that both Black Bolt got caught by a Cosmo and our Moon Knight discarded Stature instead of any of the other 3 cards. Like, if we'd have still had Stature, we easily win the left tier. The rate of card acquisition changed. I pulled Bastard Chariot back-to-back reserves. So that's always been possible. Again, if you didn't know that was possible, you should take 10 minutes or 5 minutes or however long it is. Let's click on the video. How long is it? It's a 6-minute and 51-second video. It's not even long enough for there to be a pre-roll ad. If you did not know it was possible to get cards in back-to-back reserves, you should watch this video about how reserves work in Marvel Snap, because there are probably other things you don't know as well. Didn't even milk you for ad time. Just gave you pointed, direct information. Why do I not upgrade my Claw? Because all of my cards have either gold or base borders. So they have a symmetrical look. Love to Polaris a Raptor into their Angela path. Sounds lovely. I watched this video before, but I forgot to like it, and I fixed that. Look at that, the real MVP. This Angela variant haunts my fucking dreams, shit. Just never get to have her. The Angela boosters I have 15 or 1600, if I recall correctly. Ah, we had a good card for both of us. But if they'll ever make it so you can pick what rarity border you can use. That is easily the most commonly requested cosmetic feature for Marvel Snap, and I have to imagine it's on their radar. Alright, well, whenever I draw next turn, I can play it out with Colleen and Lizard, so we'll just wait. This is probably a retreat angle. The claw. Yeah, very, very dead. The patch yesterday beat my expectations. It met my expectations. It was like a 6, maybe 6.5 out of 10. Leaving Sandman and Galactus alone was disappointing. I'm glad. I think the change they made to Leech was very good. I was glad to see one of those 3 cards get adjusted. If you want my full thoughts on the patch from yesterday, you can find a summary video over here. And Wave. Honestly, I think Wave's in a pretty alright spot. As someone who was a proponent of changing her interactions with cost reducers for a little while, I think overall, the way we've seen the game develop, that interaction is probably more than fine. I got the Wasp Steampunk from a crate during the variant rush without having the base card. Is that normal? Yep, that's normal during variant rushes. Something special for that. There is a turn 7 to your Leech card still not have their abilities. This is correct. Leech is a permanent for the rest of the game. It just doesn't happen until turn 6 now. Ooh. If I Colleen and fill the Sacred Timeline, we get another statue and another claw. And the Sacred Timeline being on the left is kind of annoying, though. So I would prefer to be able to claw into it. Does that mean Leech hits your top deck on turn 6? No, it does not. Leech happens before you draw. Yes, Leech also has to stay on the board. So you can't just, like, tuck it into Lockjaw. I think with the Black Bolt in hand, I'm going to go ahead and fill the Sacred Timeline. They've done nothing for all of these turns. What's the deal here? They're trying to set up Sarah. We get him with the double discard. They get to double trigger Hitmonkey on Carmartage, and we have priority. I can only put what is this 14, 17, 19 here. That's probably fine. Let's take for a cube. Let them do their thing. Yeah, they only have so much space for Sarah. The Squirrel Girl feels a little strange in their deck.
I am Iron Man.
We're dead. No, we're good. Only 18 in the middle. Close. Sacred Timeline coming in clutch there. This definitely feels much better than the pile of Ghost Rider stuff that someone sent us before this. Okay, we're gonna delete that one. This was a very mediocre pile of cards. Play a couple more of this one. It is a Great Claw variant. You're not wrong. You know what? Cards released for next month. Yeah, you can find full reviews of all of the upcoming card data mines over on my YouTube channel. You know, we know all of the card releases for the end of June as of yesterday's patch. I have not reviewed the June releases yet, though. Is there a specific reason that Hitmonkey is on reveal and not like Angela or Bishop, or is that because of the way they decided to make it? I'm confused how you think they could template Hitmonkey to be like Angela or Bishop. They're very different cards. Hitmonkey only counts the things played on the same turn as it, whereas Angela and Bishop count things played afterwards, right? Patriot's pretty good at getting into Death's Domain. Are any cards confirmed to be big bads yet? No. Just pure speculation on that still. And they didn't confirm Kang to be a big bad in Permanently Series 5 until right before he released. It would be nice if they gave us more notice of that, but I am not expecting a ton of notice, if I'm being honest. Blue Marvel was the cheapest card in their hand. Excuse me? This. Do I need stature here? Or is this better? This puts me to 18 here versus 16. This puts me to 46 over here. Okay, it should be plenty. Oh, I forgot about forgot about Lizard getting smaller, but we should still be fine, I think. Ultron gamers.
Victory.
Settles for another month of quality takes and wild rides. 6 for the 38, Silence. Morning, good morning. If we switch out Lizard with Jeff, that might be fine. I have a Miles Morales stature list with Jeff I want to try out a little bit later. My goal for this specific deck list was posting something with stature that didn't use a bunch of other Series 4 and 5 cards, so it was more accessible. We'll definitely try some with Jeff and stature at some point this week. My plans today are to try and get a stature highlight and a Modoc highlight, because both those cards just downgraded to Series 4. So they're a little bit more accessible for people now. Ooh, that's a piece of candy. And then we get to double Moon Knight them next turn. A handful of swarms. There's a diff.
Escape.
Have you played Bast already? I mean, if you go on my YouTube channel, like, I think probably a third to half of the decks I posted for the last month are Bast decks, so I don't know that I'm looking for Bast features in the short term. You should go back and look at my archives if you're looking for Bast decks. You think this is the most optimal stature deck? I think nobody knows the answer to that question. I think this card has had very few people brewing and working with it, and it's far from optimized in any shell. I do not take viewer deck submissions. We tried those for a little bit, and they just kind of fell off in interest, so I stopped doing them. Also, even when we do deck submissions, most of the decks people want to donate to see played are bad, which makes for not great content. Spoon Knight Sewer in a bit. It's professionalism right there, chat. Pure professionalism. Goose over here into the vault. So that way we'll have the freedom to claw into the Bifrost. Cerebro 2. Could be Cerebro 2. Could also be Surfer. How many times per day can you pay 120 gold to refresh your 2 missions? So you get 3 sets of mission refreshes per day, with the asterisk that if you don't use all 3 of them in a given day, you can roll them over into the next day, up to 10 of them. This. Do I want the flexibility to play Mr. Fantastic? Next turn's the question. Is the Black Bolt discard meaningful here? I kind of want to do this And then next turn I could like Mr. Fantastic plus Stature, and then we could draw a Khalid Wig as well. Yeah, there's a chance to hit Surfer with the Black Bolt is appealing. Having the Claw as a surprise also has value. Well, that's true too that our Iceman could be dying. I'm not playing Swarm here. I'm playing Swarm and I'm gonna Black Bolt. The opportunity to hit Surfer is kind of too juicy to pass up. Okay, so let's say you know why we hit the Surfer, chat? Because we got the good variant. We paid 1,200 gold for this bad boy. He doesn't miss. And I didn't pay 1,200 gold for him to miss. Alright. Slide along to another one, huh? What if we did this? Let's do this. Might be a disaster, but let's try it. Non-zero chance this is a train wreck.
Live from the Daily Bugle.
Okay, man, we need a few more Electro boosters, chat, so we can put a gold border on this sweet split. Okay, we'll draw Modokerson next turn, and then Hela the following turn. Invisible Woman. I think we play the Invisible Woman out. So that way, if we draw Hela next turn, we can go Hela into Modok. This Twitch stream is pre-recorded in front of a live audience. Thanks everybody for hanging out today. I appreciate you being here. No! Lost the 1 and 3. Rip.
Escape.
Does upgrading your cards to rarities above common decrease the chances for boosters dropping for that card? Let's explain the booster system really quick for people that don't know. So, at the base level, all of the cards in your deck are equally likely to get boosters at the end of a game. You get 1 booster per turn that game was played. Any card in your deck that is currently missing boosters to upgrade to its next level becomes twice as likely to get boosters. So it has nothing to do with the particular border. It has everything to do with where you're at towards the next upgrade. Yeah, we could have gotten Jubilee in that last game too. That's true. Particularly 2 and 3. What are your thoughts on cheating bots people mention on occasion, real or recency bias? I mean, we know for a fact that those are real. Second Dinner has told us that one of the types of bots are bots that make their plays after you make your own. And if they can beat you deterministically, they will. The inverse of cheating bots also exists in that there are bots that explicitly throw the game to make you feel good and give you cubes. Yes, twice as likely means you're 2 in 13 to get boosters on a card. Is that booster info listed somewhere official? Not that I'm aware of. Various Discord tidbits and stuff like that. It's not like documented in the client or on their website. How has it been playing only infinite players? Not really markedly different. Oh gosh! They gave me a wave? It's exciting. I'd like to Magneto here to stop your Galactus, please. Okay. Okay. Hi, friend.
Victory.
I think of Dr. Octopus. Dr. Octopus is an incredibly sweet design that's been co-opted by an incredibly toxic combo deck to become deeply uninteresting and unfun. Alright, so we're looking to draw Invisible Woman in our next couple of draws here. I think I'm just vibing for the turn, especially with the Elysium. Marvel Snap is really fun, doo-da, doo-da. Marvel Snap is really fun, oh, the doo-da day. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo, doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. You think your bounce deck is viable in this metagame? No, I think it's one of the many decks that has a very bad matchup into Sandman and is largely unplayable as a corollary.
Opponent snapped.
That's fine, I believe. We're gonna draw Hela. This hand's great. The person that asked, what's the point of Nick Fury in this deck? You Nick Fury before you Modok, and then you have a bunch of extra 6-drops in your hand. This is, if we draw our Hela, this is theoretically our best draw. You played Leader Deathwave post-patch. I do not enjoy Deathwave as a deck, and I do not intend to play it. There's a chance we get, like, arrowed into this Kingpin lane on the last turn and our Hela dies, just as a heads up. Oh, they're just Surfer. Okay. Okay. Oh, we could get jugged. We totally could get jugged. Someone's getting a highlight here. Is it us or them? It's them. No fun allowed. The extra funny / depressing part about that is if we had taken the optimal play, we just like beat their line here, right? So like the optimal play this turn was playing Giganto or Magneto here, and then we crushed what they did here. It only uses the current card in your deck is my understanding, Lucas. So the current version of a card that you are playing needs to need boosters to be twice as likely to get boosters. Yes, if for cards at infinite, it counts as 50. Has been communicated as accurate. Considering the title, am I all done with Unite? I mean, I plan to continue playing Pokemon Unite off stream. Just other games that I enjoy playing tend to have worse metrics on stream than Marvel Snap does for me, and this is my job, so as long as Marvel Snap is something that I enjoy playing, it's going to be the primary focus of the content here if the metrics are good. My username get fixed on Unite. It did not. They still haven't responded to my support ticket, which is annoying. Yes, if we brick on drawing MODOK next turn, we'll be 1-3 to get MODOK off of Jubilee and still combo.
Opponent snapped.
I assume they're doing something to fuck with my Invisible Woman, and that's why they're preemptively fist bumping us. Fucking Jagoff. I get it. You played a good card, and you beat my meme deck. Do you think these people feel smart when they like play a good card and beat my obvious shit deck, and then like BM me with emotes ahead of time? Can Enchantress help the Sandman matchup at all? No, not at all. Because by the time they've Sandmaned you, the damage is done. Taking a turn off to Enchantress, the Sandman doesn't do anything. Literally playing for nothing at infinite and still being a dickhead. My favorite part about calling out people that are dickheads across the screen are when people in chat pipe up and let me know that they're a shithead for defending the other shithead. Okay, you want to see a fucking great take? Shit takes go together, chat. The person defending the BM we just had defended Galactus earlier. Should have just fucking banned them when they gave this take here. What a gamer. What a gamer. All right. All right, I'm done with this one. We're deleting it. I'm done with I haven't been arrowed in a fucking week. And the first time we queue up with this deck, we get arrowed too. Good God, this archetype is trash. I have a different Modok deck that's less bad. This Modok deck is less bad. Still probably not good, but definitely less bad. What's going on, Mar? Thank you for the 3.5 years. Michael Bolton, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate it. I'm gonna play the Rock out because if I draw Colleen Wing, I want to be able to discard Swarm guaranteed. Alright, I would like one dead Zabu, please. %66% chance to hit a good one. Easy dub. Easy dub. Fake gold background Gambit doesn't miss. This isn't a gold background, chat. This is a completely unsplit card that I've upgraded to a gold border. Look at that smirk. He knows what he's doing. We do this. And then we draw Modokerson next turn.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
NG, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Collector. Alright, we'll Boomer Snap them and we'll play King. See if we can chase them out. No! Oh no! No! We actually would have beat him just playing Apocalypse and Swarms, chat. We would have beat him playing Apocalypses and Swarms. Spooky puppy. Spooky puppy. Cosmo's a very bad dog. Chat, you can't just justify my opponent's good plays as being reasonable and not ghosting after I lose, okay? The thing you need to understand is that when I or anyone you are watching on twitch.tv accuses their opponent of ghosting, most of the time, their opponent is not ghosting. We're just mad because we're being a salty little bitch who just lost a game of Marvel Snap. Just let us be salty. It's okay. Just let me whine. This opponent is definitely ghosting, though. Just for the sake of clarity and transparency. Confident that this opponent is ghosting. All right, Gambit. Prime the laser, Gambit. Oh no! Yikes. I assume we lose here, but I'm gonna let Gambit sort him out. I have been lucky and I have not had any crashes on my client. If you are getting crashes after the most recent patch, you are not alone. It is not your fault. MODOK Series 4, yes! We're playing some MODOK and some Stature next day because both of those downgraded to Series 4 with yesterday's patch. Eldrick, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate that. And Benji Boy and Viking Beard, thank you for... Woo! Viking Boy was the first month, and Benji Boy for the third of a year. Welcome. Welcome back. We have decent odds here with priority. Oh, that's true, actually. Watch us, like, lose to Chavez. Rip. Should have played the Lady Sif right, chat. I had a good time. I ended the game with a smile on my face, which is all you could really ask for. Why is it that sometimes cards that haven't flipped are protected, but other times they aren't, like Kingpin into Juggernaut? Because Marvel Snap is a game that has an incredibly inconsistent rules engine. That's the answer to your question. That Lady Sif variant is everything to me. Yeah, this was a closed beta season pass card. Yeah, they mentioned that we would be getting communication about closed beta stuff for everybody else sometime soon. We're moving to New York, friends. Get that. We got some info with Kang, and then we made some choices.
Victory.
We were good regardless, though, actually, right? If they full move tier, they were 13 to 13, and then we're up 12, and they're only up 5. And they were just dead to the known apocalypse. Unless I really messed up. Moving everything to New York was deterministic into Doctor Doom. You're muted, so do not emote. Back at you, friend. Back at you. We found the first and only decent Marvel Snap player, chat. We're kindred spirits. Them and I. This is probably Galactus playing Cloak into the Quantum Realm.
Opponent snapped.
Oh, they have priority, so if they Galactus here, I don't get to copy walk over. Just leave.
Escaped.
So, something that's an interesting observation looking at untapped data that I'm just now thinking about that I haven't articulated on stream before that might dictate or kind of give us insight into why they're cautious about changing Galactus. So, this is me looking at Marvel Snap ranked data at Untapped from ranks 90 to 99. And we can see that Galactus is 9.5% of these games. When I pull this up to just post-Infinite games, Galactus only drops off, what, 1% there, barely? It's 8.5 versus 9.6, yeah, it's 1.1%. And what that tells me is that there are a lot of people who just genuinely enjoy playing fucking Galactus. And some people like eating their boogers, and some people just love playing Galactus. But there are a good number of people that they just want to play with Galactus. And I think this is worth pointing out because last season, Shuri was like 15 to 20% of the 90 to 99, but it was 2 to 3% of the post-Infinite games, which is an incredible drop-off in comparison, right? Like, people were very fucking over the Shuri deck. Like, they weren't enjoying it, but they were playing it because it was cracked and it was good and they enjoyed winning games with it. And I think that's a very interesting story that those two bits of data can tell, right? Like, when winning was all that mattered, people were playing a lot of Shuri, but then they stopped. But with Galactus, when they don't care about winning, it doesn't matter. They're still playing a bunch of it because they just like it. Oh, our hand's so solid here. Is my hand good enough that I could just ignore the collapsed mine? I might be wrong, but I think I'm gonna try it. Put a Morbius on each side here. And now, this is a fun / amusing interaction. When I end turn 4 here, it kills all the rocks, even the ones they just debris out.
It's clobbering time.
I remember how much you enjoyed playing Galactus at the beginning, Jeff. I mean, everything that I've played is archived on this Twitch channel. So, like, you could go back and look at the fact that I enjoyed the novelty of the animation for a very short period of time, but that novelty quickly evaporated and became repetitive and redundant for me. I was not someone who was still playing the deck months later. So take your revisionist history and leave, because I have fucking receipts. Thanks. A little short on the right. We're gonna be close. No, we're good. We discard 6 more. Things you love to see. It.
Victory.
Yeah, there's lots of receipts of me getting very bored of Galactus very quickly and moving on. The animation was very novel for a very short period of time. Don't worry, I'll get you to quit my chat. To the people that are like, I'd quit the game if they changed Galactus, there's gonna be a lot of people that are in the other 92% of not Galactus players that aren't gonna fucking last in this game. Probably myself included, if I'm being honest, if that card keeps its text box permanently. There's a DC card game coming out pretty soon. Looking forward to that one. Alright. Colleen bin the swarm sounds lovely.
Opponent snapped.
The average Daredevil deck is Galactus, so I'm gonna leave when they snap here.
Escaped.
What's going on, kitty? Average Daredevil gamer is playing Galactus. I'm gonna leave when they snap it. Can you swap King for Dracula? I would swap King for Agent Coulson if you're missing him. I do not think Dracula is good in this deck. You, generally speaking, have lots of bad cards in your hand at the end of the game thanks to Helicarrier, and you're often playing your Apocalypse out. I think at an absolute minimum, Galactus needs the magic treatment, or the inverse magic if you want to call it, and it needs to only be playable on turn 6. If they want to leave the rest of its text box as is at the floor, it needs to not be ramped into anymore. Make it a Nimrod or bust card, Hobgoblin or bust card, etc. Alright, our start here is really solid. We've got Morbius into Mystique Morbius as our absolute best possible start. Gives us 2 really solid stat sticks. If we were playing for keeps, I'd probably snap this opener, honestly. Beautiful Bishop. Nice red dots on there, too. Looks slick with the red on the bottom of the name. Oh my gosh, should we hit the Colleen? For the swarms? So that's a good one. That's a good one.
I am Iron Man.
Am I fighting over this location? I don't think so. It's just Apocalypse, Swarm, 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 Swarm. The old Helicarrier reception. Swarm, so swarm, swarm, swarms. They could get us with Mystique on the right. Oh, it's not a Bastard Mystique, though.
I am Iron Man.
We need a Valked? No, they don't have, no, they don't have enough for that. Are they kind of energy cheating here? Even with +4 more here on the right, they're only at 24. Or 20? Oh, because they have Patriot counting already.
Victory.
All right, I don't think this is gonna mess anything up, but I forgot to plug in my wireless headset last night, so I'm gonna plug it in, which disconnects it. That shouldn't impact my sound system at all. Y'all still hear the snap music, right? Yep. Okay, we're good. Cool. There was a brief cut, but it came back. Perfect. Appreciate the information. I wasn't wearing the headset because of the shark costume yesterday, so my normal end of stream plug my headset in ritual was disrupted. I think we're just vibing this turn. Stiff bin Magneto. Okay. Well, do I Colleen Wing into Gambit this turn, or do I Mystique into Colleen Wing into Gambit? This is the more fun play. And then I think I'm supposed to Kang snap them here and play the Kang out, because I want Gambit to be more likely to. I want Gambit to guaranteed hit things that are gonna pump the collector here. We also we'll get to see if they have Hela. We'll get to see what happens with their Hela, and they have priority here, and they had a Magneto that got discarded, so. A Hela Magneto could wreck us here and stop our Gambit. So we'll get 2 Gambit triggers. Oh, and our hand was full, so we got to discard Lady Sif too. We got to draw for the turn with the Kang. I forgot that was gonna happen. That's perfect, actually, right? Yeah, let's do it. So Mystique does. We need to hit at least 1 card in Mojo World here, so we're 50%. Cool. Because if we didn't kill at least 1 card in Mojo World, we lose the tiebreaker to Captain Marvel jumping over. And now we win the breaker. Move over to Plunder Castle to get them some season pass experience. We otherwise win the game.
Victory.
Captain Marvel can't read the Mojo World effect. That's not true. Captain Marvel, at the end of the game, simulates what the total power would be if she moved to each individual location. So she takes into account things like Mojo World, Kunlun, the one that gives her +2, things like Craven. The game basically does a simulation. Hey, if my card moved here, yeah, she counts Fist Tower and Kingpin. She says, okay, if my card moves to this location, what are the stats here after all the modifiers happen? And does that win my player the game? And she does that calculation for each of the locations. Hey, look, speaking of Kunlun. Yeah, Captain Marvel's logic is very simple. The only thing where it gets kind of convoluted is when there's multiple end of game effects, but that's like it. If there are multiple end of game effects, the end of game effects trigger in the order those cards were put into play, not priority. So Dracula, for instance, if Dracula was played on turn 4 and then Captain Marvel was played on turn 5, Dracula will discard and then Captain Marvel will check. However, if you played Captain Marvel on 5 and Dracula got played on 6, Captain Marvel will check and then Dracula will discard. All right, playing against Thanos. Obvious, we've got a collector, which is nice. We've got Sif in the Apocalypse. We've got Wong plus MODOK. Play Sif in the middle. We'll want to Wong into the Crimson Cosmos here, I think, so that way we don't run the risk of getting Cosmoed. But there's Zabu and them being a Thanos deck. This Crimson Cosmos is likely pretty bad for them. I think if we were playing for keeps, we would snap them here. So our hand's pretty decent. I guess we're missing a second card generator. Really want to draw like a Swarm or a Helicarrier here. Yeah, perfect. This Twitch stream, pre-recorded, etc., etc. So this Apocalypse is going up to 20 stats, and the Collector is going to gain 2, 3, 6, or 7. That's a lot, though. And then we have priority, but they have to choose where they're going to Shang-Chi. So we get to do this. They've already rock slided. They can't Mystique the Hawk. I think this is a win under most circumstances here.
Victory.
Yeah, this is a MODOK deck that we figured out the core of this deck like the first week and a half after MODOK released, and we've revisited it off and on. It's definitely been the most consistent and powerful MODOK deck that I've played. Enjoy it a lot. I bet this deck's probably pretty decent into the Sandman decks too, because you're pretty alright just playing a single things in the late game. Love this Colleen split. The gold glimmer flare is one of my favorite border effects that's not Kirby Crackle. Yeah, we actually tried to play Hella MODOK with Invisible Woman before we played this deck, and we just got Juggernaut in it and arrowed and a bunch of other terrible things that happen to us constantly. That archetype is very bad. Consistent. Walker's into the negative zone is not super exciting, but you know what is super exciting though? That Dracula split. Golly. Golly. I don't have priority here. Do you believe, chat? Does Gambit leave our Modok alone? I think Gambit leaves our Modok alone. Okay. No! Rip. There's no way they don't play for the center here is the problem. Sucks that these two locations were what they were. Wait a minute. Did he just win us the game? Oh, it's really close. Oh, it's really close. Almost. 2 points shy. Rats. What's our hand look like here? It's okay for us. I get to go this into Wong the Modok, play a bunch of swarms.
Snap.
Yeah, I can snap them.
Victory.
But I have a clear vision for our hand, right? The collector gets absolutely massive. I'd really prefer if we didn't promote that in chat, Coraline. Thank you. Please and thank you. No lead on Morbius. We'll go Collector on 3. And we'll probably play Wong on 4. Spread our stats out here. Yeah, the new Atlantis visual is great. There were so many good little visual improvements in this patch. Carnage here. Yeah, strong start for the opponent. Wong into Modok is solid here, though. Yeah, the new Mysterio animation is phenomenal. Agree. Gosh, Apocalypse would have been the best possible draw next turn. There's really no value in Kanging, right? I don't think I'm getting Cosmoed here. I guess I could be getting arrowed. Well, we'll Kang them just for the sake of information, I suppose. Well, drawing off the Kang doesn't really matter, because I'm probably discarding my hand anyways. Yeah, but getting the card from Kang doesn't really accomplish anything, right? Oh, we can hit Mystique for the Wong. We totally can, can't we? Alright, yeah, that's the play. Alright, chat, it's Morbin time. Ah, leader brain. It's been a while since I've experienced leader brain, chat. What a gamer. Ah, leader gamers. It's been a minute. Pew. My Modoc goes pew, pew, pew. All right, once more with feeling, Mr. Dockerson. Casual, 24 power collector, 42 power Morbius. Leader gamers, what are you gonna do with them? Right there? What can you do? I don't know if you're gonna purchase a 1200 gold helicarrier variant when it shows up in your shop. I've seen that one before and I've passed on it. It is not one that I could justify, unfortunately. I guess we Colleen bin the Gambit, so we have less things in our deck. I could bin the Sif too, I suppose. Assume we're dead here. Hopefully they play something worth killing. Alright, I mean, that could have gone worse. When you find the decks that I brewed, I do a deck highlight every single day up on my YouTube channel. Some Jeff the Shark action there this morning. And unfortunately, we don't have Collector or Morbs in play, so Modoc as a draw just doesn't accomplish anything for us here.
Escaped.
I will say, the one thing that was nice about the consistent ad rolls was a little bit of a timer to remind me when to stand up or sit down. Now I'm just kind of winging it. Maybe I should set a timer for myself just for the sake of sitting and standing consistently. Might not be a terrible idea. A substitute for Modoc, 3,000 collector tokens. This deck is not playable without Modoc. Definitely leaving when anybody resembling Galactus snaps us. Take their 1 cube, and I'm going home. What about King? King's super replaceable in this deck. I was playing Agent Coulson in that slot before. The requirements for the Kang slot are you need it to not be a 1 or 2 energy play because you don't want to get in the way of Colleen Wings discards if you can avoid it. Mostly whatever 3 or 4 sparks joy for you. You're grinding to infinite, do you apply the Galactus retreat rule? I mean, it depends on if my hand has cards that can be competitive into it, right? I don't know. I think if I was climbing to infinite, I probably wouldn't be playing a deck that didn't have counterplay into Galactus specifically. I think there's enough Galactus on the ladder that you need to be playing a deck that has a lot of cards that counterplay it. I think it's worth it to try Jeff and Jane Jaw. What problem do you think you're solving by that with that inclusion? Would be my question to you. Oh, longers. Wow, they just didn't even compete for Asgard. Oh, they have a 5-power squirrel. Yeah, it'll do big. Alright, so we're looking to draw Helicarrier, Swarm, or Apocalypse here. We drew the Helicarrier. It's only okay. It makes Morbius really big, but it doesn't leave me anything to do next turn. Yes, this is a deck that was very bad against Old Leech and is much better against the Change for Leech. But for Kang for an extra card draw, Kang doesn't draw us a card here. Kang only draws you a card if you play it the turn you drew it, or if your hand was full at the start of the turn. We could have gambited for the gambles there, it's definitely true. Does New Leech reset swarms to 2 cost? It does not. You replace Kang with Chavez. I think replacing Kang with Chavez is bad because there are a lot of positions in this deck where you want to be drawing MODOK or Helicarrier or Swarm or Apocalypse on the last turn. My general rule of thumb is if there are at least 3+ cards in your deck that you're happy to draw in turn 6, you shouldn't play Chavez. Sad. I do not think Dracula is good in this build of this deck. There are other builds of this deck that Dracula is good in. This is not one of them. Helicarrier is a big part of that. Helicarrier means you have a lot of chaff in your hand at the end of the game. They're playing Angel? Excuse me? What? What a gamer. Krakoa had a lot of cards to put into play. And had some opinions on where things should go. Like Moon Girl as an option in this deck. In my experience, I preferred Agent Coulson as an additional card to put cards in my hand because you just didn't have time on turns 4+ to fit Moon Girl into your curve. What I think is the best deck in the current metagame. I think Sandman Electra Ramp is the best deck until proven otherwise.
Avengers!
What the fuck was that animation in the middle of the screen? I think I've seen that before. Forge work with Collector? It does. Yeah, maybe I should have played to the Forge. And then I think this is just Modok, and then next turn we Apocalypse plus Swarms, right? Do I need to Kang? No? No, we're good. Could be a combo deck. Yeah, maybe. Well, the Sentinel gets generated after all of this happens. It's an interesting move. And we get to go 16 power here, this here, play these out over here. So I'll generate us a Sentinel. We're gonna go up to 24 here in the middle. If you encountered bots since the patch, a small number of them. Not a lot, but a handful here and there. Probably have enough for a highlight with this one, but I'm also kind of vibing with it. Swearagoo, that was a little bit ago. Thank you for the third of the year. I appreciate that. And Orlin EX, I think I might have missed your prime too if you're still here. Sorry, I'm a big stupid, and I let my headset battery. I forgot to plug my wireless headset in overnight, so it's currently charging. Missing some of my notifications. Sinister London is lovely for us. Press the button on that one for sure. Well, if your resub notification didn't pop up yet, you need to refresh your stream sometime to send the notification through. When you resub, it gives you the opportunity to type a message along with it, and sometimes it doesn't automatically pop up. Usually it does, but not always. Those ones I was just talking about having missed were ones that had notifications pushed through. Like Toofy there. It's the almost year and a half. Welcome back. Okay, well, the good news is I probably don't need to do anything else other than play Modok this game, right? Wong's not bad. With Wong, actually, do I Wong into the Baxter building and then Modoc the Baxter building and 16 power Apocalypse the Sinister Londons? Alternatively, I could play Collector left and then get 3 Modoc triggers. What do we think of Collector left? Get 3 Modoc triggers. If I get Swarm, we go absolutely crazy, right? And if I miss on Swarm, I could draw Kang and get a redraw towards Swarm.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Green Goblin. My dojo does not contain fear. My mama didn't raise no coward. Does Bass give Debris rocks 3? No, Debris generates the rocks after the fact. It's different than Mysterio. Mysterio plays out copies of itself. Please stay in. Please stay in. Please stay in. I want to watch the numbers go burr. I want to watch the numbers go burr. When you have 38 power and 30 power and you're terrified of staying in, which is smart, chat. They should have been terrified of staying in. Oh, snap! Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh, snap! Okay. All right. We did it. We got numbers at the end. 54, 75, 42.
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
Lovely. Just lovely. Do you plan to get into the lore can of TCG if it's paper only? It'll depend on pricing and if my kids are interested in it. And what the complexity is. I'm hoping it's a little bit more simple than like Pokemon TCG. Pokemon TCG has a lot going on in it. The kids are playing that a little bit, but I think it'll be a while before they can really do Pokemon TCG even a little bit competitively. Is Jeff the Shark worth 6k tokens? No card is worth 6k tokens other than the permanent Series 5 cards. What are we doing? We've got a bunch of deck lists loaded up in here. Play a little Destroyer. A little Jeff Destroyer. Let's do this one. I'm playing non-Jeff decks for the last couple hours. Get a little bit of Shark in our lives. We use some Stature game. We actually were playing Stature before Modoc Mavic. There'll be a Stature highlight tomorrow or at some point this weekend. Is any card worth 3k? No. Your cards that cost 3k are eventually free. Why would you spend 3k on something you can get for free? I haven't watched the Lorcana gameplay video yet, but I feel like I would be surprised if it's actually similar to Pokemon. Pokemon, I don't know how much Pokemon you've played, but Pokemon is probably one of the most convoluted, fucking complicated TCGs out there to play at the competitive level. Like, you're actually, like, for my Magic, anybody that's played Magic before and hasn't played Pokemon, basically every Pokemon deck is like playing Legacy or Vintage Storm. They're real complicated. Zero Art Titania. Am I taking deck submissions? I'm not formally taking deck submissions at all anymore, Duck Doolittle, but you've got a crown next to your name, so hit me up. Okay, let me know what you want to see. Oh, this deck has Gamora in it. I need Gamora boosters to split this shit. Still waiting on a ink or a gold for this variant. Crowns have power. The crown in Twitch chat means Hoglandia royalty chat. They're not just anybody. Got Mr. Atuma over here. Yeah, people hitting Shillionaire can totally do a deck submission still. What I mean by similar to Pokemon, I mean it's you could only take game action on your turn, so it feels simpler. Lukewarm take. Magic the Gathering is a fairly simple game, even though you can take actions on your opponent's turn. That's are you one of my former Magic players? That's one of those things that I find Magic players do a lot in terms of what they think of their game and its complexity, is that Magic players, whenever I demo or talk about other card games, they always seem to think that if you can't take actions during your opponent's turn, the game automatically has to be simpler than Magic. That just really couldn't be further from the truth in most situations. They unfortunately have a 20 power Thanos, so I think we're dead. Dead Silent, thank you for the 2 months of Prime, appreciate it. Just bounce here.
Escape.
I think Runeterra is kind of like Magic the Gathering if it was designed in a more modern era. It very, very much takes a lot of its inspiration from Magic while applying some digital things and also fitting well on a smaller screen. How do you feel about the new leader? I think we don't really know what the power level of the new leader is or not yet, but I do like the fact that they decided to revisit a card that they very clearly over-nerfed with the goal of making it playable. I think trying to make most cards be playable is a good goal. Is the weekly buff train starting tomorrow? No, there are no buffs on the weeks that we have, there are no buffs on the weeks that we have patches. So the first weekly buff starts next week. On Thursday. Okay, so here's a question. Do I think I need 16 to win Onslaught Citadel? I think 13's probably enough. I'm gonna play the 0 here. I think weekly balance passes are exactly what Marvel Snap has needed from their team, because the Snap team has consistently made good changes for the most part. Like, I think in the course of almost a year, I can count on one hand the number of truly head-scratching changes the Marvel Snap team has made, in my opinion. So So I am excited to see them make changes more frequently, because it feels like the frequency and number of changes is their biggest issue. You can play a big thing here and get us. Yes, weekly balance will also help stimulate the economy a little bit and players' interest, because they don't release a ton of new cards right away, but if they're buffing underplayed, unplayable cards, they're going to basically have more than one release per week, which is nice. The OTA balance patches only affect stats, right? No, abilities. They only affect numbers on the cards. Oh, I forgot to, sorry. I thought we were waiting at my opponent, but their snap just ate my end turn button. I'm beating Magneto here. No, we're losing to Magneto on the tiebreaker. It's unfortunate. Oh my god, they got our copy of Destroyer. Wait. Breaker, breaker, give me the news. I got 3 points over you. They must have forgotten that their Doombot was gonna die. Yeah, so Zabu is a good example of they can adjust numbers on a card via OTA. So Zabu wasn't just its cost that was changed, it was a number in the text box on the card. That can change. You're talking past my point, Mitchell. You're saying, I agree with you that at the end of the day, you can make any of your decks as easy or hard as you want in any of these games. The point that you're missing is that in competitive Magic the Gathering, there are competitive Magic the Gathering decks that are competitive in the tournament setting that are simple to execute, while also ones that are more complicated to execute. In Pokemon, the easiest to execute competitive deck is still really freaking complicated. So I am talking about the competitive floor in terms of complexity for getting in the door, which is what you seem to be missing. I'm talking about these games and it through the competitive lens and like what the complexity of a deck is in the average tournament setting. People asking for a Pokemon comparison to Yu-Gi-Oh! I've never played Yu-Gi-Oh! I can't make reasonable comparisons to it. I played Pokemon competitively for a couple of seasons though, and I played their card game a lot, and I still play it casually with the kids. And you're right, like, Pokemon can be a really simple game casually, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the complexity of the games in a competitive setting from like what's the minimal complexity among the range of competitive decks that exist. That's the comparison I'm trying to make. Excellent. Kinda. Yeah. Great. Christy asked me. She picked up lunch while she was out. She asked me if I had a fork down here, and I was like, "Well, I've got these 2 forks that I haven't brought back upstairs yet, but yeah, I probably shouldn't eat with those." If she wasn't willing to bring me another one, I probably would have just said good enough and eat with one of those, but she offered to bring me one that was not disgusting, so we'll take her up on it. Luster Extra, thanks for the 3rd of a year. I'll go ahead and drop Jeff out. Magic rule sets allow for some of those complex decks that can exist in any game, but those decks just never work in competitive. Yeah, I think that's a good take. I would agree with that. The average competitive Magic deck is not that complex, though. Are there competitive divisions for Pokemon TCG? Surely it can't be that complicated, right? No, I mean, you're wrong, Archon. If you think kids can't get into and understand games that are highly competitive or complicated in a competitive setting, yeah, you haven't seen the average kid. What are my thoughts on Jeff? I think he is a very generically good 2-drop that also has some small amounts of synergy with cards like Professor X and Miles Morales, which is fun. Am I vibing on the 0 for now? This might actually be a Cosmo middle angle. Punished for not going Armor 0. This is like the one draw we could have that really wanted me to go Armor 0. I'm just gonna play Jones here.
Opponent snapped.
Hey, thanks, Duck. Could you do me a favor, Duck, and hit me in the DMs with it? I think I'll save it for tomorrow, if that's all right, since it's Darkhawk, because you're right, that's not great to Nova Roma. I have a couple of choices here. I think this might be a 0 at Tuma angle. Sorry, there's a Sandman in play. It's in fact not a 0 at Tuma angle. What if I do this into Destroyer? That could be all right. Yeah, none of our permutations here beat Odin, right? Deck code or image, whatever's easier for you, Duck.
Escaped.
Notice that the Miracle Girl Miles Rec doesn't have Dino. Well, I mean, if you watch the deck, the purpose of that deck, Hack Mage, is to, like, empty your hand on the last turn. So usually, like, the Moon Girl decks that are looking to copy a bunch of cheap cards and play them out don't play Dino because you don't have time to play them on curve, and it's just not very big in your deck on average. I think you could substitute Jeff with, like, Scorpion or another cheap 2-drop. Something to play on curve or like Iceman. A Tuma, I think, is pretty necessary for this deck. You need the big stat stick that it provides. Maybe you could try Sentry. If you watch Mando this season, I don't do Star Wars. I'm not big on space IPs in general. He's got Dazzlers are a decent deck for her. We played a Dazzler Shauna deck that was like not entirely embarrassing, but it's still pretty far from good. Card definitely needs a buff. I don't have anything against people that enjoy Star Wars. I just wasn't super into, like, the Next Generation stuff. Oh, I think they're a hella deck. Not good for us, obviously. Gotta be kidding me. Her name is Sniper for a reason.
Escaped.
Do you think they will ever add a feature, choose the border on the card in Infinity? Yeah, they've mentioned that that's a feature that's on the radar. It is commonly requested. I'm playing these here, and then we'll storm next turn.
Wind, aid my hand.
So Jeff splashes into the flooding here. Then I might Professor X to right. We'll see how many stats they put into play here. What if I go Jones here? And then next turn, I can claw into here and slide Jeff over to the right. This puts me up to 19 total here. How do you claw middle? I'm clawing into the middle, chat. I'm putting 6 power into here. So I can move Jeff and add extra power here. All right, when I said claw middle, I meant putting the 6 from claw into middle. Yeah, they just weren't expecting us to be able to move Jeff and still win here. So we get to get him with that. I know what some of you at home are thinking. Jeff, can I substitute the Flaviano Claw for a different variant? And the answer is no. You're going to have to cough up the gold for this one if you want to play the deck. Hey, Nerdlet, thank you for the 2 years. Welcome back. Appreciate it. I'm just getting into the game now. Oh, I have access to the previous season cards / rewards. Yes, so the cards from previous season passes immediately move into series 5, then 4, then 3 to be accessible after that season pass is over. The cosmetic features from the previous season passes are FOMO'd. So if there was like a variant that you decided you really liked that was a previous season pass variant, you are going to miss out on that. But only cosmetics are the things that are gone over time. Ash World, thank you for the 41 months. Welcome back. How, for the sake of transparency, how much did the Jeff costume cost? It was actually pretty cheap. There's a big range of shark onesies on Amazon. We just Cosmo here and Jeff, and then we move Jeff here, and then we destroy her here, right? Damn it, Bobby. Ew. I guess we do this then, actually, right?
Victory.
My understanding is that other than the season passes from the closed beta that will be guaranteed to get a repeat that we should find out about soon, season pass stuff that has been post-release is gone. They want people to spend the $10 to get those if they want them.
This just in.
Our opponent is likely a Sandman enjoyer. Would you sub for Jeff in this deck? Is Daredevil reasonable? Yeah, Daredevil or any 2-drop you'd be happy with. Was Destroyer a season pass variant? I don't remember. Oh, was this a Nexus event variant? I think this one's just available for purchase now. This might have been a Nexus event variant. If you're wondering what a Nexus event was, exclamation point Nexus event chat. Get our hands back, leave
Escape.
we just always lead on Jeff because he's the least amount of commitment? Storm into Jones here.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, we have a really solid next turn, right? I get to go 0 into Titania, into Cosmo, into tee up the Destroyer for next turn. So I'm going up to 10, and then I'm going up to 13 here. I think the play is just like Atuma into Gamora now. 'Cause I'm big enough to beat Doctor Doom in the middle. It's that though. It's unfortunate. Did not draw our own claw. Got me. When was the last time you played against Mr. Negative? Mr. Negative is one of the decks that was one of the big losers from this recent set of balance changes. So Mr. Negative had a good matchup against Shuri, and it has a bad matchup against Sandman. And Sandman got better, and Shuri got worse, meaning, incidentally, its position in the metagame for Mr. Negative got much worse. Its good matchup, it's less popular, and its bad matchup is more popular.
Wind, aid my hand.
Is it too early to call for Sandman nerfs? Nah, Sandman sucks shit to play against before this most recent set of balance changes, and it just sucks slightly more shit to play against with the balance changes now, so. Sandman nerfs have nothing to do with power level and have everything to do with this card is miserable and should never be the most popular deck in the game. Marvel Snap is a worse game when that style of deck is at the top. Where do I post deck codes for viewing? Every YouTube video has a deck link in the video description. So Professor X here, I can still play Jeff plus other cards into Morag next turn, which is fun here. It's always a witch hunt immediately for the next deck. See, I really find it frustrating when people say stuff like that when I articulate my feeling about Sandman, because I've basically had the exact same fucking opinion about Sandman for like literally months now. I've been saying there's clips of me saying the format is miserable and Marvel Snap sucks to play if Sandman is the best deck that probably date back to before the game even hit global launch. Like, prison effects should never be the best deck in a card game. Ever. Should never be the most popular.
Victory.
And they know we have Jeff, chat. They know we have the Jeff. Gets a splash on in here to the Flooded, lets the Tuba into the Morag. Got him. Do you have a profile on Untapped where we can see your deck stats? All right, this is an important thing. Chat, I know there are a lot of gamers here on twitch.tv that put their stats on their overlay. And in my opinion, putting your stats on your overlay in Marvel Snap is a form of lying by omission. It encourages people that don't understand statistics to draw bad conclusions from insignificant sample sizes. And if you're thinking, Jeff, well, why can't you just play a deck to get a significant sample size? A single human being is not capable of generating a significant sample size. You should never look at a 20 match sample or 5 or 10 match sample and use that to be the basis for whether or not you conclude a deck is worth playing. And I don't put the stats on my overlay because it encourages people to draw those bad conclusions. For people that are new to the channel and you're not familiar with my background, I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics. I spent time teaching stats at both the high school and college level. And one of the very common misconceptions among people when it comes to breaking down statistics is that people often make the mistake of assuming that a small amount of bad data is better than no data. And that's just very much not true. Working with a small amount of bad data to draw your conclusions is worse than no data in most situations. Speaking of stats on overlays, I remember I was watching a Twitch stream on Snap one time, and the streamer had their stats up on their overlay like people often do. And at one point, the stats they were showing on their overlay became so bad because they were just like having a bad day that they put up their starting soon screen, reset their stats to 0, and restarted the stream for the day. And it was just like, like, what are we doing? If that's like what we're doing here, like, why are they even there? All right, and then you're snapping me. We do this. Oh, they just thought I couldn't win Hellfire Club and they were gonna win the Breaker. Get out of here.
Victory.
I don't want to play Titania because we have priority, so they could end up taking her from us. So they could rather just not play her. Nexus events were scary bad. They really were. I really, it's hard to fully put into words how much better the token system is than what Nexus events were going to be. Literally every time they've iterated on Marvel Snap's economy, they've made the economy better. Where do you think Jeff is at on the power level scale? I mean, it's a 3 power card for 2 energy. Jeff isn't a raw powerful card so much as it's a card that offers a good amount of utility. I think would be a good take on Jeff. It has a ton of utility. It can go into a lot of different things. Like Jeff is a universal replacement for Nightcrawler. I think it's more comparable to... I think Jeff's more comparable to other 2 energy plays like Scorpion or Lizard. Because Nightcrawler doesn't see a ton of play, in part due to Killmonger. Alright, and the Professor here just shuts off any New York shenanigans. It's closed. And then we hope that 19's enough to win the middle. Silencer can't play high card. So I'm down 7 here, I'm down 5 here, but they can play 2 cards here, but they also have Angela plus Bishop here. Gamora plus 0 is the same amount of stats as Destroyer, and Gamora plus 0 also means that I get to keep Cosmo as a tiebreaker, so I think I do this. Dark Hair C, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. Welcome back. Close game. Lost a breaker by 3. We needed Titania to not be one of the last 2 cards in our deck, huh? Titania here would have won it. Would have also lost playing. Destroyer in the middle here. What are your thoughts on Nebula? Nebula's it's... One drops are a really hard sell in a world where Killmonger exists. Like Kitty Pryde, at least like can dodge it with sequencing. So maybe she's probably fine. I don't know. Like all your Nebula decks start with armor as a second card, right? Has Nebula compared to Sunspot? They're very different cards. Kitty won't be able to dodge Killmonger quite as easily with the changes that they're making to her. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills when I hear people talk about the Kitty changes, because the Kitty changes literally make it easier for her to dodge Killmonger. She automatically comes back to your hand, and that means she no longer counts as you having priority. So if you don't have priority, it's easier for her to dodge Killmonger. Her changes actually are literally the exact opposite of that. They make it easier for her to dodge Killmonger. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm supposed to storm the Strange Academy here, actually. Hey, Chris Curley, thank you for the third of a year. Welcome back. Yeah, the one big change to Kitty's design change is that you can't play her in a deck with 6-drops, but honestly, that probably just forces good deck building on people, because you probably weren't supposed to be playing her in a deck with 6-drops anyways. The best pull 3 card to choose from. Depends on what the rest of your deck looks like. What the rest of your card pull looks like, I should say. We've died. Oh, you know what? This is kind of funny. What have they discarded? Untap Tracker to me. They discarded 3 cards: Ghost Rider, Magneto, Captain Marvel. Nah, we lose with those.
Escaped.
Kitty Pride stats not counted for priority is another downside. My favorite part of Twitch chat is me taking the time to fully articulate my opinion on something, and then someone coming in and completely ignoring it and saying the opposite. Again, if you are playing a card that is trying to dodge Killmonger, you not having priority is upside. It is a good thing. It is a positive thing. Everyone getting Kitty is great, because it means that when she comes back, I can post like 4 Kitty videos in a row, and there will be minimal complaining about it. I'm sure there will still be some complaining, because people are people, but... You got time for these locations, chat? How is it not a straight nerf? I'm gonna give you a 10-minute timeout so you can go watch my patch review video where I take the time to explain how the Lockjaw change is not a straight nerf. In fact, anybody telling you that the Lockjaw change is a straight nerf is someone you definitely should not be listening to their opinion on when it comes to evaluating card games, because they really don't get it. I'm gonna hold Titania to go with Gamora next turn. Jeff Reddit says it's a straight nerf. Yep.
Escape.
Any other low IQ shitheads need to be sent back to Reddit and let me know by letting me know they think that Lockjaw was strictly worse than before. I got plenty of fucking ban buttons for first-time chatters that are new from the Marvel Snap subreddit that don't know that we don't tolerate their low IQ fucking bullshit around here.
Wind, aid my hand.
Had these people never played Lockjaw before? I promise you, a lot of them actually haven't played much Lockjaw before. And they're actually just jaded gamers that are looking for something to be fucking mad about in their video game, and this is something for them to be mad about. I'm gonna play Professor X, and I'm gonna draw Jeff off the top. It's gonna be fucking glorious. Got him. Got him! Does Nicolas Cage just randomly show up and try and kidnap you because you're a national treasure? What's going on, Algredo? That's a great fucking line. I'm gonna tuck that one away in my pocket.
Parker!
That's a hot Devil Dino split, chat. Not a casual Dino enjoyer. My hand's pretty bad. I think I need to play Zero speculatively here and hope that we spike the Atuma. Instead here, just a little too clunky.
Escape.
My kids are not potty trained. Working on my third. He used Beast on Jeff, and then he couldn't play into the Professor X lane. Yeah, it's definitely a bug. You have to split a set number of times to get a crackle. So the splits are all variants, is the thing to note. But the first chance you have to get Kirby Crackle is your 6th split. It's actually the rarest effect. So you can get them before your 6th split, but these, or sorry, anytime, not guaranteed on your 6th, but 6th is the first chance you have to get it.
Aid my hand.
Claw. Yeah. 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 All right, Arnim Zola Null was not on my bingo card. Thoroughly juked. Needed to destroy her mid, I suppose. Yeah, it's one of those combos that, like, especially against our deck, like if we know that combo is in the output range that their deck is capable of, it basically never works between Professor X, Armor, and Cosmo. Yeah, this core's been floating around paper. It seems like a very natural shell to shove Jeff into. Go ahead and put the bite in the Mojo World. Help us fill that up there. You played any bounce post-patch? Nope. Sandman's the most popular deck. Zero desire to play the bounce deck. That is borderline unplayable. This might be a retreat angle. $26. Yeah, I'm only going to 25 on the right, on the left. It's lovely. Is there a design reason why Atuma isn't simply an ongoing effect? Yeah, I'd assume it's not an ongoing explicitly because they didn't want it to have synergy with Sauron and Enchantress. Is the Mysterio Bass interaction too strong? No. Our curve here was nice. We have Jeff into Armor 0 into Atuma. Well, we can put Atuma into Atlantis. Let's savor the flavor moment. The compound is awkward. Why is that? Might just slam Professor X into it.
Clear for takeoff.
That is larger than ours.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, I think we're good here.
Escaped.
Get like one, maybe two more decent games in with this. Gotta build our highlight fodder back up. Keep those daily deck videos flowing. Gonna put Titania in the middle because there's a very real chance Professor X gets slammed in here, and I want to have more stats to them if that happens. I think I'm okay with the new hand. That's got to be way better for me than them, right? Because my hand's mostly empty.
Wind paid my hand.
Do you cut Leech and Lockjaw from Thanos now? I think there are versions of Thanos that don't want to play... I think there are versions of Thanos that don't want to play Lockjaw, but there were already versions of Thanos that don't want to play Lockjaw before the change. If you check out my YouTube channel here, we were playing a Daredevil version of Thanos, I think posted on Monday, that I think was quite good and is still quite good. That being said, I would wager the existing Lockjaw Thanos decks are still good as is. I don't know, I think it's, at the risk of getting leeched more frequently on the ladder, my money would be on Leech is probably better than people are giving it credit for post-Earth still. I think it's going to take people a little bit of time to figure that out and come back around to it. I feel like I'm shooting myself in the foot a little bit by saying it out loud. But my money is probably on leeches better than people think it is post-change. My god, why would you say that? People always just like write off the thing that got nerfed. They're just like, no, I'm done with it. Yeah, there's a ton of situations where leech is basically the same as it was before.
Wind aid my hand.
Fun mirror dimension interaction here. This is the last turn we can play to this flooding on the right. Next turn is the last turn we can play to this flooding in the middle. I believe this is a feature, but it's definitely how it works. And we can go ahead and go 0 into Atuma here. We have Claw Titania next turn. How do they ever win if I do this? Is there anything that beats me? I have priority. Yeah, I assume they're gonna retreat here. They were hoping, well, they were guaranteed to grab 0. That's clever. Clever. Their own Jeff could have gotten us. Yeah, that's a good call. Their own Jeff could have gotten us. Yeah, maybe I'm supposed to play the Titania here for stats. Close game. Jeff actually changes the answer to a lot of how do we lose here questions. Yeah, that's very true. Does this deck feel playable? Yeah, I mean, this core has been... People have been playing stuff similar to this for a little bit now. I think Jeff is a really natural inclusion into here. If you like the look of what this deck is doing, I think it's a fine thing to work around with. Makes the answer to where am I playing armor easy. Love to draw Cosmo next turn for the right path. Jeff would also be good. Into Bar Sinister would be fun. Twitch stream, pre-recorded, etc., etc. Another patch goes by and I still hate Galactus. You are not alone. Had a very good start here. I press the button, we are leaving. This is about as good as we get. How do you feel about gore? I don't know what a gore is. Nomad Farmer and Chris Kearley. I think I missed those a little bit ago. Appreciate the support. They did negative on turn 3, so they could do a bunch of crazy stuff here, but go play our Destroyer and see what happens. Oh, gore. Yeah, that data mine almost assuredly isn't real.
Victory. Opponent snapped.
Yeah, we'll chill. I think a reasonable rule of thumb is that if a card doesn't have, at a minimum, it's like silhouette in, it's a silhouette in the client, you should probably just take any data mines they have with a huge grain of salt. And honestly, even if they have a silhouette in the client, grain of salt probably still required.
Wind, aid my hand.
A Cosmo Middle. Oh, because they're negative is where they stepped. Got it. Yeah, good call. The vault locking up with Gamora next turn probably bodes well for us. Actually, maybe I'm supposed to... No, I need to Cosmo Mid if I want to Gamora on the vault. Half of the news articles I see for things related to Marvel Snap just look like bad AIs wrote them. Okay, but like, what if I just did this? And I snapped them back?
Oh, snap.
They do have a Mr. Negative card or two, so they could play into both locations here, but I think that's unlikely. They could read a little bit into the snap, like play for Atlantis because of it. Give them a second to pull up the stream. Yeah. They're probably just trying to figure out like why would I be snapping here?
I am Iron Man. I am Iron Man.
We kind of look like a Sandman deck, so them playing out their hand when I snap there is... Nah, I think I lost that game because of the snap. I bet if I don't snap there, they don't play their cards out. It's something to think about. I think we induced different behavior because we represented we could have been in a strong position. Did I already move Jeff? If I move Jeff into the Professor X path, I lose 2 power because Atlantis was there. He's Star-Lord Gamer.
Wind, aid my hand.
Although I guess I don't know that we can win the left next turn. We have a good amount of stats for over there, right? We have 0 Titania Jeff. It's 10, 11, math.
Avengers! Assemble.
8. Sorry, did I say 11? I meant 8. For anybody wondering why I'm not playing the Destroyer on the left, the big house is there. Can't quite fit his head in. Cosmo instead of Jeff is 1 more stat. Good call. Not punished. Appreciate the people pointing that out. Jeff's just adorable, chat. Alright, I still want to get 1 or 2 more games in with this one. I'm also having a good time with it. This has been a sweet home for our shark friend. I need to run to the restroom though, so I'm stepping away anyways. I'm gonna hit ad rolls so that way pre-rolls are off for a little bit. I'll see you in about 2 minutes. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Right, my headphones charged up. What do we got? 80%. That'll do. I don't know that our deck is ever realistically filling the rafts. I think we're just gonna play into Stark Tower. Hey, Gustavo, thanks for the third of a year. Appreciate it.
Opponent snapped.
Man, I could have filled the big house with those draws.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
Okay. Man, we'd have been able to fill here too with this draw. That's fine. Uh, They go claw into destroyer? Yeah, I don't hate that. What if we like do this? This locks in how much we have here, gives away a little bit of information, but it also gives us +2. Yes, the current only permanent Series 5 cards are King, Thanos, and Galactus. How good is this game compared to Magic, Hearthstone, or whatever? I think Marvel Snap's the best new card game to release in a very, very long time.
Systems go.
What's this, a 21 in the middle? They do have a free 6-drop here. I don't know that I expected to be 28 here on the left. High Evolutionary will also be a permanent Series 5 card, right? That is currently purely speculation on the community's part. It's not confirmed yet. They didn't confirm that Kang was going to be permanent Series 5 until right before he released, so. High Evolutionary is the last release next month. Based on the data mined release schedule, which again is subject to change. Jeff was originally data mined to be the first release this month, but it got pushed back when they actually did the announcement. So you should always take any of those types of things with a grain of salt, because we just don't know. Maybe this is wrong. Mindscape's real annoying.
Wind, aid my hand.
Opponent snapped.
I just don't know how we win either of these. We're supposed to retreat here, I think.
Friendly neighborhood Spider-Man here.
They're giving them Destroyer. They're giving us Destroyer. All right. All right. Hey, Jeff, thanks for buffing the Professor X control deck I've been enjoying. You're great. Well, that's enough about the shark. Hope you're also enjoying. Jeff, what's going on, Zach? It's for the over 5 years. You played something closest to this one? Pseudo beer match here between the opponent and I, it looks like. Yeah, they snapped thinking their Spider-Man was going to work. Narrator, it did not. When do they announce future bundles officially? So they don't ever actually really announce bundles in advance. They just like show up in the shop. What should I name the command explaining that High Evolutionary being a big bad is pure community speculation, unconfirmed at this time? I don't want to name it High Evolutionary because that pulls the text of the card. The current big bad permanent series 5 cards are Galactus, Thanos, and Kang. Anything else is pure speculation at this point. There. Mr. B. Just like Zero Titania here. Jeff moved multiple times. Nope, once per game. Move this once. They do typically announce all the bundles at the start of the season. There's a more info link. Oh, that's good to know. I think that sounds right, actually. That's super unfortunate. Well, I guess we do this. I guess this leaves us the flexibility to play Destroyer next turn if we want. I am using the untapped deck tracker. It's what is above my head. It's the best deck tracker for Marvel Snap currently, in my opinion. Yeah. That's puts us tied on the right, but gives us a lot of stats in the other places. Longest of tanks. We're adding 9. We're adding 9 on the left for us up to 17. They're going down to 7. We're adding 6 in the middle. I know it's largely that people just play the game at an absolutely glacial rate as they try and process all their options, but it's so hard to not feel like games like that my opponent wasn't ghosting. Like, they're probably not ghosting, but like, I just have to sit there with my thoughts after I made my play in a relatively quick amount of time while my opponent runs the timer all the way down to play 2 cards out. It's like, where else do you want my head to go? I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, chat. If you follow the channel for the first time to let me know you weren't ghosting after I say that felt like it could have been, that's not helping your case. This is not sending the strong message that you think it was. If you are someone who is not an existing channel regular who shows up for the first time to let me know how much you weren't ghosting. Why is this null? Thank you for the brand new prime. I appreciate it.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir. Mjolnir.
He's ready to win a train station, chat. Palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. Uh-oh, they played a 5-drop in the middle. Yikes. Hank, we're dead, right? If Grand Central randomly picks Jeff, does it work? I think so. Would be my expectation. So they just drew 2 hammers off of this plus a wasp, so I assume we're super dead. So the problem with Cosno is that they probably go like hammer, hammer, plus a big play, right? Like there's a good chance they're going to like 16 here, even without the hammers working. Let's be a cube to see that, but that's probably the case. Like, I assume this is Wasp. Oh, I guess that could be a hammer? Sure.
Mjolnir. To me.
Okay. Little bit of a Sakar diff there. Got a Scotch ahead. But they're also a Lockjaw deck. Jeff in their Patriot deck. Huh.
It's clobbering time.
Jeff can go anywhere, to be fair. That's true, you know. Hey, Ardwog, thank you for the 5 months. Welcome back. Yeah, super out of here. All right, I think it's time to change things up. We got almost a full highlight with Jane Jaw the other day. Let's play 1 or 2 more with this so we can post a video for the sake of saying the card's not unplayable. Any way to check your own win-loss record? If you install a third-party tracker such as Untapped, you can track your own stats. One of the things in general I like to note, though, if you're looking at individual stats, is that your sample sizes are going to be pretty small. And in general, I would not put a lot of weight into looking at a single person's stats with a given deck. As the NTAP tracker, pull all the games in the account or just the ones played on the PC client. So all of the trackers only track the games that are loaded while they're watching you play. There are some like global stats on your account that they can pull out, but like they can't track there isn't like individual deck stats inside of Snap that they can pull out otherwise. No replay feature in the tracker yet, no. I think we're dead. Well. I guess I could soak. And then like She-Hulk soaks some more. Plus Baku and Wasp. Maybe. They have more stones in their hand than draw cards, though.
Escaped.
It's a healthy retreat rate post-infinite. Well, I mean, post-infinite, none of your stats matter, right? I think optimal retreat rate while climbing is probably somewhere in the 25 to 35% range, depending on like what deck you're playing. Your deck definitely determines some amount of how often should you be retreating versus staying. To 4 is Big Sad. I think I'm playing Lockjaw here and then playing Thor here.
Face the might of Asgard. Mjolnir.
What if I Mjolnir here and then soak, and then like next turn we can Baku there plus She-Hulk on the right. Come into
Mjolnir. To me.
And even if they Heimdall at this point, they don't move the vulture. In most cases, is it better to play Thor first or Lockjaw first? Depends on what other cards are in your hand. Oh, I forgot Craven was gonna trigger. Okay, that right? Wins. Center on the right.
Victory.
The move, play Heimdall, lose the game. The move deck mantra. It's a good replacement for M'Baku. Are you telling me there's no room for M'Baku in your Lockjaw list? Sedge. A surefire way to find Subterranea check. You up with Lockjaw.
Escaped.
What do you replace the rocks with? Asking the real questions. Taco Hulk is a 1200 gold variant, yeah. We're gonna get our mileage with Taco Hulk. Good! Damn it, Marvel Snap. Seriously? It's okay. We're gonna soak on 2, 3, 4. We'll play Infinite on 5. We'll play Magneto on 6. We'll win the game. Full copium. Snap. Full copium snap. In it to win it. All coped up and ready to go. You may win Asgard. I don't need the cards. Okay, well, so I Infinite here, and then Magneto's gonna pull Warpath into Asgard. Which will all disable his bonus? They're disabling their own Thor bonus, their own Warpath bonus. Oh, never mind. Okay. Sure. Come here, bud. Sit down on Papa Magneto's lap and have a talk. Look at the little itty baby Ant-Man, chat. Mr. Baku's like, there's a party, I'm in.
Victory.
Baku is helping, yep.
logo.
Shiny logo. Bum, 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 bum. Get all these credits, chat. We're swimming in a 900 credits. Can I offer you a taco in this trying time? So, at the risk of someone in second dinner hearing this and changing the economy to take more money out of my pocket, I've found that I've been less excited with the more token bundles they've put out because it means I have less credits to upgrade the borders on my cards more. Like, it's cheaper to get all of the tokens that I need, but it also feels less fun because I'm not upgrading my cards constantly anymore. I'm firmly Stockholmed into wanting to upgrade my cards. It's less cost effective to get credits off the collection track, but it's more fun to do it that way. No Nim, thank you for the brand new Prime. Appreciate the support. Folks like you make my job possible, so thanks for keeping me around. Okay, so I'm gonna play Jubilee here, and then I'm gonna play Wasp here, because Jubilee is hitting Lockjaw. This Twitch stream, pre-recorded, etc., etc. You can't keep getting away with it! Alright, what are we doing? There's one card in my deck, chat. It's what's her name? Chavez. Okay, so we turn Baku into Chavez, and then we Thor. We could also, I guess my hand is full. We could full soak, and then we still get the Chavez with the Baku next turn. Is actually an interesting line. Yeah, but I'm gonna do that, actually. It could be right to Thor now. Oh, this does mean we lose. We're gonna lose priority either way, right? Yes, yeah, if you play Thor on turn 3, you could Jubilee into Chavez on turn 4, because Thor shuffles your deck. Well, Magnetoing doesn't accomplish what we want to... Yeah, maybe I probably should have set up to Magneto rather than being cute. Because Magnetoing the Wong from where it is would have been ideal. But now they have priority, and we're just dead. Could we have one with Infinite plus Wasp? Maybe? Did that beat Odin? Yeah, maybe Infinite plus Wasp beat Odin. I think you're right, actually. I think you're right. I must say, our coal line would have worked if we'd have done that. Hey, Blue Eye, thanks for the Prime. There's a ton of great people on Twitch making a ton of great stuff, and I appreciate you sending that my way this month. Are there days of the month where you get a lot more subs, or is it pretty level throughout the whole of the month? I forget which week it is because it kind of moves, but yeah, usually there's like one block where there's more subs in a given week than others. I think. Actually, I can actually look at that data. Good question. It's actually relatively stable. Yeah, it's actually relatively stable. I'm a liar. You could not draw Chavez before turn 6.
Opponent snapped.
They snapped me. I think they have Shang for Infinite. Maybe. Magneto left's a fun idea. I think we're dead. I believe if Chavez is the only card in your deck on like turn 5, you could technically draw her. That's an edge case. Hey, Jezza JT. Thanks for sending your friend this way for a second month. Welcome back. I don't believe so, Vinka. Her wording isn't exactly how she works. Hey, what's going on, Dabes? Thanks for the over 4 years. Is my Marvel Snap client crashing? Nope. I know if you are crashing, you are not alone, but I am not in the group of people that's having issues, thankfully. What's going on, Draco? Thanks for the quarter of a year. Okay, so this is actually low-key good for us, potentially. So that gave us priority, which means I get to stop their Galactus with this Magneto. And this is something I talk about quite frequently. One of the things that makes Galactus and Sandman so powerful is the fact that both of these decks look like each other, and it's completely fucking indiscernible which of the two you're playing against. And you lose so many games playing like they're Galactus and then they're Sandman, or playing like they're Sandman and then they're Galactus, and vice versa. It's just completely devoid of skill, and it removes one of the most interesting parts of Marvel Snap, which is rewarding you for understanding the matchups that you're playing and how to play into them. It completely removes the ability to read what your opponent has going on. That's aside from the fact that they're toxic in two completely different ways. All right, hold on, chat. Hold on, motherfucker. We just banned someone for saying it's very easy to discern which of the two that they are. Hold on. I've got fucking receipts. Give me a minute. Hold, please. Where are we at? Electro Ramp, View 66 decks, Galactus, View decks. What's the density of overlap we have between these? Okay, so my opponent had played literally only Wave. Yep, looks like that card's present in 100% of the decks. Weird. You're right that there's some small number of cards, but like even these, right? Like Galactus even plays things like Lizard on occasion, and Cloak, and Ebony Maw, and cards that like the other deck plays. So like, don't come in here and take your little shit-eating grin when my opponent literally only played a Wave and be like, well, it was very easy to tell the difference of which of those two decks there are. Like, get the fuck out of here, you armchair quarterback. They also played Dr. Octopus. They did not. Take a 10-minute break. Literally flipped out of the fucking X-Mansion. Is the best deck Sarah Surfer? We genuinely don't know what the best deck is, and we likely won't for some amount of time. I think Jane Jaw is significantly better after the recent set of balance changes than it was before. And that has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that they changed Lockjaw, and everything to do with the fact that this deck had a shit Shuri matchup, and Shuri is worse and less popular than it was previously. Hey, Green Yeti, thank you for the quarter of a year. Yeah, maybe I should play the Wasp out to play around turn 5 wave here. You're referring to untapped rankings. The untapped rankings are still smallish sample sizes and have a couple of small issues in my opinion. We talked about those earlier. I can pull them up again here. I think we're dead here because death and stuff. So I wanted to pull up this post that someone shared from the Snap team. But something that I think, and I need to pass this feedback on to my contact from Untapped and Private. It is weird / bad, in my opinion, to put a deck in A tier, regardless of what its average cube count is, if its popularity is this low. It's also, to add to this too, to dive into the nitty gritty, when I click into this, this says the most popular version only has 79 games, and its stats are much, much worse than what I wonder what's going on. Let's click view decks. Like what's going on here? Like a lot of these are just there's a few different versions here that are all kind of lowish sample size, huh? I mean, there's a low game volume here when I click into it, but I also think even if this didn't say low game volume, I think in order for a deck to be A tier, in my opinion, this is subjective, so feel free to disagree and keep it to yourself. I think the popularity of a deck to be A tier should probably be above a minimum threshold. Like if I were to look at these stats, like the Darkhawk and the Electro Ramp deck have worse cube counts than these three, but these two decks should be A tier by these metrics. I don't know what the popularity percentage should be for them to be in A tier, but it's definitely more than 2%. I don't know that it's necessarily double digits, but it's got to be somewhere like north of 4, 5, 6, 7, 8%, right? Someone asked, why are you only looking at 90 to 99? Because in my experience, clicking through this data and manipulating it, and my average experience on the ladder, the types of decks you tend to play against tend to really homogenize, or whatever that word is, however you pronounce it, from the 90 to 99 range, because that's where the game tends to be the most sweaty and competitive. And even here, right? Like if I open the bands up to 70 to 99, this discard deck is listed as the only A tier deck for this band, and it's also a 1.8% popularity. So I like Untapped, and like there's definitely useful things to derive from what's going on here, but like this is kind of nonsense. And part of this being nonsense too is definitely the small sample size. Like I'm only looking at the latest patch, and the latest patch excludes hot and feature location days. So this is literally just the games, and it's still 42,000 games. It's not a small amount of games, but it's only the games from when the patch went live yesterday morning until the rollover last night. So it's what, like 12 hours worth of games? I actually think Hulk is better than Giganto in the Jane Jaw deck. Like, having the flexibility to play Hulk on turn 6 is valuable. Is Enchantress an effective Sandman counter? No. Having to take your turn 5 off to Enchantress their Sandman is really bad. Yeah, alright, someone link me this. Oh, this is a good question. Is the team happy with how Sandman currently is? I feel like the card is too powerful after its buffs and has very few counters. Enchantress is realistically the only counter, and there's no point in playing her at all if Sandman is played on turn 5. It's also very early after the patch, but there's an uptick in Sandman Leader combo, and this combo is not unlike Leech Leader. I don't know that I agree with the second part. It's early in the patch for anything definitive. Yep, Electro Sandman is clearly a major player, but has a healthy range of good and bad matchups. Its two worst matchups are actually both quite popular. And while what are its worst matchups? Oh, is it Galactus? Oh, that makes sense. But that's also like, if that, so, ooh, I don't know how I feel about saying it's got a bad matchup. Like that's a fucking monkey paw right there, right? Like, the Sandman deck is fine because it's got a bad Galactus matchup. Its two worst matchups are quite popular. The other popular decks other than Sandman are the Darkhawk deck, which I would bet that this beats the Sandman deck. And then Galactus. But like, oof. Oh, Patriot? Patriot might be one of its I bet Patriot's probably good into it too. I bet Patriots actually on my list of things I wanted to play today at some point for limits. Do I have enough Jane Jaw games? I want one more Jane Jaw game, chat. Let's get one more Jane Jaw highlight and then we'll play some Patriot. I think that's probably good into the Galactus deck. So I'm gonna do an unscientific poll here really quick. Do you like it when Jeff randomly takes a break to look at... That's too long. Do you like when Jeff looks at Snap data on stream? Yes, no, indifferent. I'm just curious. I don't really have a good way to poll. I'm putting a poll up in the Twitch chat. Have a yes, no, indifferent. I've never seen a 2-option poll be that lopsided in my life. All right. I'm glad that chat seems to like it, because I enjoy doing it on occasion. Obviously, it's not going to be the entire stream, but doing it on occasion seems good. Green Yeti, thank you for the quarter of a year, by the way. Welcome back. So Sunspot into clothing vats is lovely. Sunspots are good little communists, and they share all their energy together. Did I ever consider doing a Marvel Snap podcast? Yeah, so streaming and doing YouTube content is already my full-time job, which takes like, I don't know, I work anywhere from 50 to 80 hours a week most weeks. So I mostly don't have any intentions of doing other things, because in order to like fit something else in, I'd have to stop doing something else. And like the current Twitch and YouTube schedule works well for me. So I think a podcast could be fun, but my existing job does okay. Was that a Killmonger snap? Sure was. It's a good read. Oh, and my hand is full too. God, that's so bad. Yeah, I've done guest spots on podcasts before. We plan on cutting back on streaming for personal time as you're established and popular. I mean, when Snap is at lower points in its cycle, I plan to kind of work less. Like I worked less last week, for example. I only streamed like 15 or 20 hours of Snap last week. I think that'll likely be my norm. When it's fun, I'll do more. When it's not fun, I'll do less. That's true. I also took Monday off. It is accurate. My job is very much a feast and famine type industry. So like, while Snap is doing good numbers, I intend to work more, and then someday Snap will stop doing good numbers and I'll probably work less. Just kind of how it goes. You do anything fun on Monday? Yeah, so today is my wife and mine's 10-year anniversary. So we both took Monday off so we could spend the day together. Since it was gonna be the day before patch day, it was gonna be a low day for me anyways. And then naturally, after we both took the day off, 20 minutes after my children got to school, we got a phone call that one of them was sick and needed to come pick him up. Classic children, yep. I mean, they can't Doctor Doom with the tuba, right? Yeah.
Victory.
We started our 4-year-old at daycare this week. Already looking forward to how often her and us lose. It's just a rotating door of germs, Fuzzy Dice. If this is your first time having her in with a group of other kids, you should expect her to just like perpetually have a runny nose for like the next year. That's very, very much how it works. What are my thoughts on the upcoming Kitty Pride changes? I think a lot of people are overstating how big of a change the Kitty Pride changes are. I think the biggest change to Kitty Pride with how they're retemplating her card actually has to do with locations she plays into. So the way she plays with things like Sinister London and Bar Sinister is very different now in a way that's likely worse. But she's also better with Beast, and she's better at helping you throw priority, which is also a good thing. Was it the peak toddler experience? Is Haley coughed on me. Haley is my 2.5-year-old. She coughed on me accidentally, and I told her not to cough on me, and that was rude. So she chased me around the house for the next half hour, intentionally coughing on me. Just like, thank you, toddler. How is Kitty better with Beast? I thought her cost not reducing was a bug. Kitty's updated templating says she now gets bigger anytime, that, words and stuff. She now gets bigger anytime that, you bounce her to your hand. So Beast bouncing to your hand causes her to get cheaper. We just have to leave because we're dead to Shang. Yeah, so Beast bouncing Kitty gives her +2 now. Same with Falcon. Yeah, previously Beast bouncing her would make her cost 0 for the rest of the game, but it wouldn't give her a power increase. And now it does. With the new Kitty reworks, that we need to reallocate at least 1 energy player on turn 6. Yes, it does. But honestly, I think I've heard that being overstated by a lot of people. I think you probably weren't supposed to be playing Kitty with 6 drops anyways. And I think that that's like just going to force people to do good deck building. It's not a nerf, chat. Like, for most of the changes the Marvel Snap team makes to cards are like textbook definitions of a side grade. They're changes that are situationally worse, but also situationally better. And you really should allocate it in your mind as this card is different now, not this card is better or worse. Unless you're Leech. Even Leech can't be Cosmo now, right? There's an edge case where that is better.
Opponent snapped.
After the first leader nerf, it was hard to think that way. I mean, the first leader nerf was far from the first card change that made like that, right? Like, yeah, they overcorrected on leader, but they also fixed that. $50, time for my mid-sub crisis, lol. Okay, and then I get to play Jane and draw Wasp and Hammer out of my deck. And then I get to play Hammer into the Lockjaw path. And I get to play Hulk, who stays in the Lockjaw path because they buffed my Lockjaw in this situation. Because again, it is situationally different, not nerfed.
I am Iron Man.
Like, I know I haven't played a ton of this deck in super recent months because this deck had a shit Shuri matchup, but I've played a lot of this deck, and being able to do this was something you wanted to be able to do quite frequently, but you couldn't. We could die to a Shang-Chi here still. Like, that could happen. But this is certainly an upgrade to this deck from previously how this works. Or Doom. Oh yeah, Dr. Doom could get us, right? Because it puts 10 into the right. We know they have Heimdall. This is the move player taking it if they're supposed to Heimdall. I assume we're just gonna die to Shang-Chi. Oh, you know what? I was supposed to play... Was I supposed to play Heimdall of my own? Okay, they can't Shang-Chi us. Yeah, I think maybe I was supposed to Heimdall. Maybe? Baku! Yeah, maybe I was supposed to Heimdall there. It worked out fine. Yeah, either way, like, this is just a great... It's so convenient that this game happened while we were talking about call it a side grade, right? And that's a perfect game to shove into a highlight where people are talking about this card being worst. If I Heimdall and they Heimdall, we lose. Yeah, that's a good point. Oh yeah, Heimdall buff the Kraven. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, yeah, I think our play is right then. Yeah. All right, what did I say I wanted to play? I said I wanted to play something else. What was that? What was the something else I wanted to play? Oh, I wanted to play Patriot. I wanted to play Patriot. Do we like these cards? I think I like these cards. Chat, I have a confession to make to the afternoon crowd. I was weak and impatient. Oh, it's not there anymore. Whew, my shame is gone. My credits are currently at 1065. I paid for a fast upgrade for my Storm. She was one off. She was one off of splitting this horrible, ugly green crackle. And we were rewarded with this gorgeous inked blue crackle. How can I have shame after this beautiful creation, chat? That arrow variant. Do people like this arrow variant? Oh, is this a peach one? No, it's a Rion Gonzalez. I don't know. Like, it's not bad. But I like this less than my existing arrow. I definitely don't $150 like it. That's a lot of dollars. Someday we'll play enough arrow and we'll get to split her some more. She's at 6 splits. I'm 30. What is it? Some about a booster's office splitting this again. 47. Patriot or Bastriot, which is better? I would bet this Ultron Doctor Doom build is better into Sandman. I think the Bastriot deck is like fine, but I think part of the appeal of the Bastriot deck was it was better into Shuri because of a leveraged Valkyrie. I think with Shuri on the downswing, that's less important to have access to. Is a great Khazar. I think the gold glimmer flare is one of my favorite cosmetics. Is there any idea what the new meta is like? Yeah, lots of Electro. Lots of Electro.
Opponent snapped.
What's going on? There's 0 sharks on my screen. So unfortunately, I can't just post Jeff highlights every day for the next week. If YouTube would tolerate that, I'd do it. Unfortunately, they don't. Are you sure? I am quite sure. Is it Dan Hip? It is a Dan Hip. Yeah, I really don't like that one. Not a fan. Okay. Okay, I played the Wasp out intentionally, so that way we'd coin flip the Mystique in the right order, and we won the flip. I think Stature is a reasonable purchase at 3,000 tokens. I do not think Stature is amazing. I think if you like the idea of Stature, she's a fine pickup.
Oh, snap.
This ties the right? No! Rip.
Wind, aid my hand.
Am I real? I am a real human who streams to other real humans. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a Galactus slide, no escape from reality. Listen, chat, we've been over this before. I don't care if any of you out there are real or not, so long as you keep dropping off your Twitch Prime subs, it's okay with me. I won't tell people you're not real so long as you keep paying me. It's a good exchange for all of us. What music do I listen to? A lot of early to mid 2000s like punk pop. Paramore, Panic at the Disco, Fall Out Boy, Green Day. That type of stuff. That's an early snap. Yeah, potentially this is a decent snap. Let's do it. Also a little bit of Taylor Swift, because he doesn't listen to Taylor Swift. Jeff is emo. One of my good friends that I used to travel the country playing Magic the Gathering with once described my playlist of choice as I didn't get asked to the prom, the playlist. Which I'm not saying he was wrong, I'm just saying he was mean to point it out. V-Ball Andy, thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate it. What do you think of the recent Paramore song? I think some of them are good. There's been both new Paramore songs and Hayley Williams has done some independent stuff. I don't love all of Hayley's independent stuff, but the newer Paramore stuff I've enjoyed. Oh, as I mentioned, today was my wife and mine's anniversary. Our wedding song was actually Where the Lines Overlap. We could get, like, Shang-Chi here, I suppose, right? They chose to Shang-Chi my shocker. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. I think we... Ooh. Is Ultron better than Doctor Doom? I think Ultron might be better than Doctor Doom, huh? Go, go, Gadget Ultron. Killmonger incoming. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Monka. Whew. All right. Chat, I just said we picked Where the Lines Overlap. No one is as lucky as us. I do this professionally. Woo! I got a gold bordered Ultron variant here finally. Ultron is like a top 5 or 10 card for best variants. There's so many good ones. So many good ones. Killmonger is kind of non-existent right now. That's true. A lot of the best decks Killmonger is not good into. I think the best deck for climbing is right now. I mean, it's Electro Sandman until proven otherwise. I'm gonna have a video up probably on Thursday or Friday once I get a chance to play a little bit more, talking about metagame considerations. But one of the interesting things about these recent metagame changes is that, in my opinion so far, the 2 decks that got hit the worst from the balance changes were Hitmonkey and Mr. Negative. 2 cards that didn't have anything get changed in them, but simply are victims of the circumstances of how the metagame changed around the things that got made better and worse. If you want to catch my full articulated thoughts on that when I finally put them together, make sure you're subscribed over to Hooglandia Snap on the YouTube side. I post daily highlights there 7 days a week. Lots of great stuff about Marvel Snap. We play a lot of different decks here on stream, and the best of the decks that we play get highlights up over there, along with other game theory type stuff like what we were talking about. I think this deck is potentially well positioned. You have Debris to shit-can Galactus somewhat consistently, and Ultron and Doctor Doom are pretty good into Sandman. Hey, thanks for re-upping that Prime Not fan. Appreciate the 2 months. What if I do this, and then we plunk some Doom bots down? You also technically have the flexibility to Ultron, probably a Doctor Doom angle. That was not the... It's not the what's it called I wanted for Christmas. My Doom bots are 7. My Ultron bots are 4. I think the opponent's probably playing a Hella deck. Oh, I missed that they discarded Infinite. Lower, closer, slower, Grandma. Dead anyways.
Victory.
Victory. How many tokens would I get if I spend approximately 7,000 credits? 10,000 credits is 2,300 tokens, approximately. Do a ratio appropriately. Hey, Scrambled Egg. Thank you for taking the time to jump through that hoop. I appreciate the prime. Every time you take a minute to do that each month, it puts about $3.50 in my pocket, so I do appreciate it. Shocker. Wonderful draw here. Is this an all-in on Ultron game, chat? Just the classic Patriot, Mystique, Marvel, Ultron? Mr. Negative Lockjaw. Do you believe in magic? And this turn 7. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. What if I don't believe in magic and I don't believe in turn 7's, chat?
Wind,
Aid my hand. Oh, Woggers! I always feel like a bully when I storm Limbo early. But it's just trying to cook and we're just like pouring water on their head.
Opponent snapped.
Thanks, Life. What's my all-time favorite deck? I really enjoy the Beast Bounce decks, and there are various forms. I think they tend to have a lot of really fun permutations in the way in which you sequence your cards out. They snapped me. Onslaught Citadel is also very good for them here, huh? What if I do this into this into Mystique Debris? How many times did I teach you this lesson, old man? Apparently at least one more. Alright, so let's do this. Wheel? We do this. Then we Doom on the last turn. Plus Misty. Whoa! Benedict, thank you for the sub gifts. That's super generous. Good afternoon, good afternoon. Appreciate that. Nasty as usual. Thank you for the 4 months. Happy Wednesday. Hizra, thank you for the Prime.
I am Iron.
Oh! They thought they could Mystique the Wong. Ah, thanks for the tree fitty, Zara. Oh, hi. To our new subs, by the way, if you enjoy Hoaglandia and you want to get a little bit more involved in the community and you use Discord, be sure to link your Discord to your Twitch account and hop on in to the Hoaglandia server. Got a very active community over there chatting about Marvel Snap and other video games and sports and politics and food and all sorts of stuff. I'm active personally in a number of channels there. You consider Super Skrull in this deck? Yeah, it's probably fine. I think talking about things that changed with the metagame, I do think both Super Skrull and Rogue got markedly better with the format changes. Because the Devil, Dino, and Darkhawk deck seems to be the premier big numbers. And there's other various ongoing things with the format like this as well. Have you thought about adding any Pentagon leaks to your Discord? Vexing, thanks for the quarter of a year. Jeff's my new favorite card. It was obviously an honor of you, my good sir. We clearly need a Jeff Hoagland, Jeff the Shark variant, is all I'm saying. All right, is this enough? I think there's a chance they can't beat this. You have 2 turns, go. That's true. In addition to getting into the Discord server, another benefit to subscribing to the channel, past just supporting my content, is getting around slow mode. Allows you to chat more frequently. We lose to Magneto, right? By 1, right? Because they've electrode twice. Yes!
Victory.
Doc Ock's a really weird inclusion in there. I thought they were Galactus off of these cards, but Odin probably means they're Sandman, right? Which is a weird... That's such a weird inclusion in Sandman. It's like pulling your opponent's cards into play when you're trying to limit them. It's a weird deck building. Thanks, Benedict. You got docked by something similar earlier. Yeah, maybe a creator posted a list with something like that. Could be. Ooh. This might be wrong. Hey, Navier, thank you for the 60 months. Appreciate the 5 years. Welcome back. It's giving me trouble joining the Discord server. Try again if you just tried. It just finished syncing newly subscribed people in. Jubilee into Vormir is pretty good for them. We're probably dead here. Oh yeah, you need to link your Twitch account. Because the server is pseudo private. It's only people that are subscribed on Twitch or are paid members on YouTube. I don't quite have it in me to moderate a fully public Discord server. 5 years. Yeah, for people that are new, I'm an old hat here on Twitch. My channel has been partnered for 92 months or 91 months at this point. 7.5 years, give or take. That's 7.5 years. That sounds right. Math and stuff. I feel like putting Doctor Doom in your Hela deck is a mistake. Obviously, the board got a little cluttered from the rocks and the raptors this game, but that deck is kind of space hungry, and playing cards that are further space hungry seems medium. Can you recommend a different card game to play while locked out of Snap? The only other card game I'm playing right now is the Genshin Impact card game. Usually play a couple rounds of that each week to do my Battle Pass quests. Rune, if you're into card games that are a little bit more complicated, Runeterra just had a rotation. It is real solid. Has a lot more going on. Man, that snapped us though. Hoyo new game is something I'll be trying next week. Yeah, I'm hoping they'll kick a few ad dollars my way to do a sponsored thing. I wouldn't mind checking out Star Rail. Is Khazar right, Blue Marvel left, Ultron left? We're getting an IRL Disney card game stream. If you go way back on my Jeff Hoagland YouTube channel, there are a bunch of videos of me streaming Paper Magic the Gathering. It's a very annoying rig to set up though. Oh no. Oh no, Nova. Yikes. That's okay. We have nobody panic. We have a copy of Doctor Doom. Nobody panic. We have a copy of Doctor Doom. Have you played the taller Patriot deck that plays Thing and Abomination? I have not. Killmonger is not real. Yeah. Well. Monka Sarah. I think these Doombots win. I think we get Killmongered and the Doombots win the game. Enchantress is not real and certainly cannot hurt me. I think we're beating Killmonger. We're super dead to Enchantress. Come and get it. My cubes are on a platter. Come take them. Why not both? They could do both with Sarah. That's true. Close game.
Victory.
Darkhawk on Citadel. When you think about hosting or co-hosting community Marvel Snap tournaments at some point in the future, while I respect the amount of work that people have put into the existing Marvel Snap community tournaments so far, the lack of a spectator mode or convenient way to present coverage in a way that feels seamless and good makes it not something I really want to invest my own personal time into. I think a lot of the community members that have been doing stuff are like doing the best with what they have, but it just feels like it's difficult to impossible to like put out a high quality product with the current tools that we have. I think it's a really big detriment to coverage stuff that you can't see the top person where they're playing cards out to. It really detracts from the viewer experience and the commentator's ability to give intelligent and accurate commentary about the game. I think it's actually more important to have that for something like Marvel Snap than games like Magic the Gathering, because in Marvel Snap you have both players playing cards face down simultaneously, right? So not being able to see like what the top player's doing on coverage is a pretty big drawback. Have you ever heard of Second Dinner wants to work towards building an esports or tournament scene? My understanding is that Second Dinner's position on esports and tournaments is they are not building out or supporting anything themselves, but they are excited to see what the community can do with the tools that they have. I'm also going to follow up my previous statement with an opinion that maybe a lot of people don't expect after hearing my first one. I actually think it's smart / a good thing for them to not put a lot of energy into building esports stuff. I think it is often incredibly overstated how important esports and tournament stuff are for the long-term health of most games. And while they are a nice to have, I do not think they make or break, especially a card game, in the slightest. Something that I think is very easy. Something that I think is very easy for a lot of people to forget is that just by the very fact that you are here watching Marvel Snap on twitch.tv automatically makes it so you are someone who is in this very small percentage of people that takes this game way more seriously than the average consumer does. For most people, Marvel Snap is a poop game they play on the toilet for a few hours a week that they enjoy. And there's nothing wrong with that. For the record, there's also nothing wrong with just enjoying Marvel Snap as a poop game for a few hours a week. It's just to say that, like, that's the average consumer experience. It's not, I want more, I want competitions, etc., etc. Wow, got me. I almost played the blue Marvel in the middle, too. Good beat. I think we can still win this. Chat, when I say it's a good poop game, I don't mean people only do it while pooping. I mean, if they don't take it seriously, they just play it very casually. I work as a tournament coordinator and stream director. Esports is not profitable. Tournaments and competitions are excellent additions to a game's community. However, they can be extremely resource intensive and can very rarely make that money back. Yeah. Oh, I forgot about Killmonger. Oh my gosh, would I have won if I had played Ultron? No, we'd have still been short. I really needed to play Metal, huh? Yeah, they're Professor X got us. I should have been I need to think about Professor X against Cerebro 3. For people that are newer to the channel, I used to run monthly Magic the Gathering tournaments as a community event. And they weren't that big. We had like anywhere from 100 to 300 people playing in them at any given point, depending on like what the formats were and how popular it was. And like in order to do coverage in a way that was mostly reasonable for those, like, running on a shoestring budget, it still cost me, like, you know, $1,500 to put a tournament on for the day with proper coverage. To, like, pay people reasonable wages to do the work I needed done to put coverage on. That's even before you get into, like, what does the prize pool cost and stuff like that. I now plan on hosting Marvel Snap tournaments in the hotel bathroom. Complimentary mints will be provided. Well, to be fair, if you run the Marvel Snap tournament from the hotel bathroom, there's probably more toilets involved than the average Magic the Gathering tournament I went to back in the early 2000s. Was it really even a real Magic the Gathering tournament if you didn't have to, like, leave the card store you were playing in and go into another place of business to use the bathroom? Koye Cosmo Sentinel. Opponent is cooking. Blue Marvel or Patriot? Blue Marvel makes us bigger on the left, and I think I need to win the left. I was kind of hoping to draw Dr. Doom there. This is +9 over here. My tokens are only 3. I'm only going to 12 on the right. Hey, Snoozer. Thanks for the quarter of a year. Appreciate it. Ultron mid beats their stats. That's true. That's true. YOLO. They'll never see Ultron mid take the throne room away from Spider-Woman line chat. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals, we got him. Ha! Got him.
Victory.
Hey, Heck Pup, thank you for the over 3 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Are we Ultron gamers now? We're Ultron curious at the very least. We are certainly Ultron gamers this game. They could be Sandman. Let's wait and see what their next play is. If they're Sandman, we're in a good spot. If they're Galactus, we're gonna need to debris on 5 instead of Blue Marvel. Although we might not have priority. Maybe I'm supposed to debris this turn, and this is the tough part, right? Like, they could be either of the 2 Electro decks. I have no idea. There's legitimately no way to know if they're Galactus or Sandman at this point. And it's like, if I don't Mystique and I debris, and they end up being okay. This should mean that they're Sandman. Chat, if there's a claw in their Galactus deck, I'm ending the stream. It's a sign. That's a sign, okay?
I am Iron Man.
The end is nigh. Okay, what happens when they onslaught here? We win the game? Sandman gamers, chat. Sandman gamers.
Victory.
You consider Mojo and Dazzler in this deck. Nah, I think those cards are worse than other cards we're currently playing. Speaking of Mojo, I know it's a small sample size, but hear me out. Ultron has won us 2 games. Well, thanks for hopping in to be a part of the community, OHGW. Glad we have a place where you feel welcome. I think my only Shocker variant is Pixel Shocker, if I recall. So you have no Shocker variants. It's true, you know. It's true, you know. Yeah, I skipped. Steampunk Shocker was the only one I almost pulled for, but I don't know. We'll get one eventually. With High Evolutionary coming out at the end of next month, Shocker's gonna be more playable, so might have to prioritize buying that. Imagine playing Sandman against us. Leader incoming. Well, so I don't even feel like it's just specifically counterplay. Like, Sandman's not really a counterplay card, right? Sandman's like this proactive prison-style card, which in my mind is just like a completely different class of thing, if that makes sense. What world were we living in that they thought that was enough? That was optimistic. I agree. Good take. Optimistic is a good descriptor there. You have a gut feeling of whether or not High Evolution will be perpetually Series 5. It feels like High Evolutionary or Living Tribunal could be perpetually Series 5. And I'm hoping against fucking hope that they're not going to make both of them perpetually Series 5. I would prefer if neither of them were perpetually Series 5. I think perpetually Series 5 is a huge fucking mistake. Well, we'll see what they do. Go Storm here, and we'll go like Patriot, Blue Marvel, Ultron. I think perpetually Series 5 cards are a mistake because they force people to purchase specific cards if they want to be remotely optimal with their resources. And I think it's pretty lame / unfun to be forced into that kind of optimization. If everything is inoptimal, then everything is optimal. But when you make the big bads be the optimal thing to be doing, most people feel compelled to get those first, which I think sucks some of the fun out of the game. If Marvel Snap lasts a decade, Shauna. Shauna. She's a good last chat. If Marvel Snap lasts next, the Perpetual Series 5 list will look like a reserve list. I mean, it's kind of like the inverse of a reserve list, though, when you think about it, right? Because the Perpetually Series 5 cards are the ones everybody gets first. And every time they add a new Perpetually Series 5 card, there's suddenly another card people that want to optimize have to get before they can start spending tokens on other things they want to actually play with. And if you only get tokens for like 1 to 1.5 Series 5 cards per month, that means you don't really get to start making choices with your tokens that are meaningful until, you know, forever, like multiple months. So, I actually don't know that I agree with that. They said, and any perpetually Series 5 card being in the best deck opens up to criticism of pay to win. So, it's not that perpetually Series 5 cards aren't even inherently more expensive than other Series 5 cards. It's just that they're the optimal thing to spend your resources on. It takes decision making and agency away from the players. I think I'm storming the Bifrost. I think it's like storm the Bifrost play. I could also just fill this though. And let these slide. I just gonna do that. Let me get my free 6 drop. They could also be a Galactus deck here. Maybe I'm supposed to storm Bifrost so they could be Galactus. The most common Yondu Daredevil is Galactus. Can we expect any new leader gameplay? So, I think the only very good new leader deck is Sandman, and I really don't enjoy playing Sandman. So, I bet there's probably a lot of other great content creators out there that enjoy playing Sandman that you could watch, but I personally don't intend to play much Leader or Sandman on this stream. They do not spark joy for me. I don't think they could win, right? Yeah, I don't think they can win. What about Leader Negative? I don't think leader is good at negative. Negative would rather draw one of their own powerful cards rather than try and copy one of yours. The Mr. Negative deck is also very hungry for board space. And to top all of that off, Mr. Negative is a deck that's very mediocre into opposing Sandman, which I think makes it a poor choice at the moment with how popular that archetype is. All right, chat. I was only planning to stream till about 3 o'clock today, and it is now 4 o'clock. My number one rule is to try and stop before I feel tired and burnt out, so I think we're going to go ahead and call it a day. Anybody that's new to the channel, be sure to drop in a follow and stop back in again sometime. I am here Monday through Friday during the week. I start about 9:30, 10 a.m. Central, and I go till about 3 or 4 p.m. Central. If you want to watch my streams after the fact, I have 2 different YouTube channels. Hoaglandia Snap is edited highlights. I post a new deck highlight there every single day of the week. So if you want to see the best of the different decks that I play each day, be sure to check those out. And if you want to watch full, uncut, unedited content, that youtube.com/Jeff Hoagland is a great way to do that. Oh yeah, the Shroud Ben Brode thing is coming up, right? No, he's not in the Snap category yet. All right, it looks like Dexter just fired up too. I'm gonna send you over Dexter's way, chat. Check him out, he's great.